Hello, my friends. Welcome to Fib Diggity. Welcome to my desk. It is Saturday evening, November 23rd. Welcome to my desk. Tonight we're going to continue to work in this little journal that I started the other night. I also want to play with some wax seals. I have here, let me show you, some silicone molds that Debbie Epps was selling in one of her first destash sales. Hi, Mina Parrish. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. It's good to see you. I want to play with some wax tonight. I don't know if I can make seals out of these, but I might be able to do some fun things with wax. So, we're just going to explore these. These might make some fun wax seals. We'll see. I also have a little bit of a a haul, some fabric to show you. I went to town yesterday. I had to go to the bank. I had to do some business. So, yeah, I mixed pleasure with business. So, yeah, I'm retirement business. So, welcome to my desk. I hope that you've had a great weekend. This is November 23rd. Do you know what happened on November 23rd? I think I was in 6th or 7th grade when it happened. 1963, I believe, President Kennedy was assassinated. Hi, Brenda. Welcome in. Hi, Belinda. Hi, Sharon Lombard. Welcome in. Is that Becky? Did I see somebody say hi, Becky? I'm standing up over my desk here. I'll have to get over to my notepad. Becky, I've been missing you. What have you been up to? What have you been up to? I'll let her talk. Yeah, President Kennedy was assassinated on, I believe it was November 23rd, 1963. I'll tell you, we were in I think I was in 6th grade or 7th grade, probably 7th grade, and we were playing volleyball game out of town, junior high, over in a local small town. And we happened to be playing volleyball game at let me scoop my chair up, at the girls' training school. And the rumor went around that President Kennedy had been shot, and none of us believed because of where we were. Now, how judgmental can we get? We thought that they were pulling our leg. Let me get in to my stream over here on my notepad. And I have been cleaning and sorting today. You guys, I have to tell you, my brother does not understand the concept of sorting. I worked on it, 2 or 3 hours today. I'm trying to get the living room and dining room all cleaned up so that we can have a nice holiday. It's not fun to have a holiday in a storage unit. Let me see. Let me get rid of the ad and let me start at the top. Mina's here. Sharon Lombard. Leona Jean. 1979. Oh my goodness. You are you who I think you are? Are you one of my old friends? And there's Becky. Talk about old friends. There's Miss Becky. Hi, Becky. It's good to see you. Belinda Smith, Brenda, Sharon Lombard. We got Belinda and Brenda. We got, I always get Belinda and Brenda mixed up. Forgive me, ladies. I used to get Lucia and Linda McAllister mixed up. Sharon Lombard, Brenda, who else is in here? Aunt Beck says she's making things for the handmade advent calendar that I'm giving away Tuesday at noon. Okay, you guys, listen up. I think you have to be there, U.S. only, because of the crazy postage. Isn't postage crazy? when I sent out the October things, I had all my envelopes packed up real nice. I had to bring them home and repack them because I just didn't think anything about putting stuff in a 6x9 envelope and, kind of packing it full. It would have cost me $6.30, $6.40 a piece, and I had 20 of them to send out. I said, I'm not going to do that. I went home and I repacked them, and I still had to spend about $40 for postage, but I already had postage stamps. I took out the papers and little things and put them in an envelope. And I still have November and December to send. I tell you guys, I don't know what's the matter with me. Let's see. Vale is here. Vale, I still have things to send to you. I ran across it today as I was sorting. I was telling you about my brother. He said, because I was really proud of what I got done today. Like I said, I'm trying to get everything straightened up, at least in the living room and dining room and the kitchen, so that we don't have to spend our holidays in a storage unit. And I got my car all packed up to take. I can start putting things in the storage unit. I rented a small storage unit simply because I just don't have enough room. I just don't have enough room. I am seriously going to have to cut down on going to all these online sales. Every week I'm buying something, and that's just, not only is it bad for my budget, I'm getting a room full. I'm having to, so I love you guys, but I'll still buy, but I just won't be buying as much. I'm going to be cutting down simply because I need to use up. All right. We'll go off that subject. Becky is having a giveaway for a handmade advent calendar that she's going to give away Tuesday at noon, USA only. And I think I read your post, Becky, that you have to be in the chat to win it. Vale is here. Brenda, Sharon, they're saying hello to everybody. Angie Brown. There's Miss Angie Brown. Yes, Leona Jean. Leona Jean. I think I met Leona Jean in Shannon Green's group. Am I right, Leona? I met you in one of the groups online way back when I very first started going online. I went on AOL and MSN, but I'm talking about on YouTube. Probably in about 2000, and I was on YouTube before I started a channel. Way back when, and I met Leona Jean, and if I remember right, now I could have you mixed up with somebody else, but I think my very first Happy Mail package came from Leona. I do, and I was, her and Deborah, is it Little John? She and Deborah were the very first people who sent me, and they just didn't send me a little envelope. They sent me boxes. I was so shocked. So I'm hoping I'm thinking of the right Leona, but I think you're the only Leona. My middle name is Leona, in case you guys want to know a bit of trivia. Meridel Leona Abrams. And I don't know how I think my aunt on my dad, or my grandmother on my dad's side, has a middle name of Leona, and my mother named me Leona, and my brother Leon, my younger brother, no, Leslie. And gosh, I'm going to have to check the spelling of my middle name. I can't remember I think it ends with an E. I'm going to have to check my birth certificate. I forgot how I spelt my middle name, just looking at the different ones, because I never used my middle name. Mary, forgetting your own name in your old age. I know my first name, and I know my middle name. I just can't remember if it's spelled with an E or an A. I think the E is the male version, if I remember right, and the A is the female version. I'm off on a rabbit trail. Veo is here. Angie Brown. I did notice that Jacqueline had a sale yesterday. I was gone. I had to go to town. I had pre-planned stuff that I had to get done yesterday. So, and you know, Thanksgiving's coming, and I just had stuff I needed to get done. Mina says, I was in 6th grade. Our principal came in and told us, we're talking about November 23rd, President Kennedy, John F. Kennedy getting shot down in Dallas. Mina says, I was in 6th grade. Our principal came in and told us about the assassination. The silence from the entire class was shock, plain and simple. Now, I think there were attempts on prior presidents before 1963. Was it Woodrow Wilson and one of the Roosevelts that they tried to, was it Teddy Roosevelt that they took pot shots at? I don't know. I'd have to, if Ann Lahr was here, she could tell me. But in the 1960s, it had been several decades, and we weren't used to a president. And John F. Kennedy was very popular at that time in our culture at that time, and it was, the whole nation was in shock. And yeah, I can remember that. Angie says she's mailing bowls out tomorrow for the sale on Friday. And I think, Angie, you're making heart bowls. Is that correct? Becky said, I'm not buying anything anymore. I am shopping my stash. Yeah, that's what I really need to do. And I was telling you about my brother, because I've been sorting today. And I was so proud of what I got done. And I was remarking about it. I had a stack of boxes ready to put away. And I was so happy. And he said, it just looks to me like you're taking stuff from one box and putting it in another. You know, and I thought about it. I said, well, you know, he's kind of right, but I'm sorting it out. I'm sorting out what I can put in storage and what I want to keep here. And, you know, but I had to laugh at him because, you know, I'm going, he just does not understand the concept of sorting. What does he think I'm going to do, sort and throw it all away? But Becky's right. I do appreciate the people. Rebecca Wills was selling this afternoon as much as I wanted to go. Linens and lace and antique books, you know, just, oh, her sales make my heart beat fast. But I just couldn't do it. I said, well, when I was in the middle of all this stuff that I was trying to sort out, I'm going, I just can't just go and buy more for the sake of buying, as much as I enjoy things. So I love you guys who sell. I really do. But, man, I'm going to have to cut down, which doesn't mean that I'm going to stop. I'll probably hit the sellers every now and then, you know. But look at my desk. Look at my desk. All right, let's move on, Mary. Hi, Mina. Becky says, yes, they have to be there to win. Okay, Tuesday. Becky, what time? I think you come on, well, I know you come on after Dee Dee, but I think that, does Ann stream in there sometime, or do you come on immediately after Dee Dee? Or is it the early morning? Can you give us a time on, oh, wait, she said, let me see. Tuesday at noon. She gave us a time. It's Tuesday at noon, and that's probably noon Eastern. Tuesday at noon, you guys. Tuesday at noon Eastern. Becky's having a giveaway for a handmade advent calendar. And let me tell you, I won one of Becky's boxes in December. And my goodness, I still have things that she sent. I'm still wearing a hat that she crocheted. I have a banner that she made. I put it up every year. It's a cloth banner. And what else did you put in there, Becky? I know I liked everything she sent. She sent a nice box full of really, Becky does beautiful art. Becky is so, I call her one of those precise people. I'm a distressed person. But Becky does beautiful art. Oh, you're a Dee Dee fan. Did I meet you at Dee Dee's then, Leona? I can't remember. I might have met you over at Dee Dee's. And Sharon is saying hello to Leona. She said, and it's going up again. Oh, postage, yes. Postage is going up again. I think first class is staying the same the way I read it. But some of is it the packages that are going? And packages are already, I mean, I was floored. $6.40 to send a 6x9 envelope. Well, one of those smaller, I say they're 6x9. It's one of those smaller manila envelopes. Of course, you know, it was packed. They were sending it as a package is what they were doing. Because they had to. I understood why they were sending it as a package, but I wasn't prepared to pay $6.50 for 20 people. I took it all home and I repacked everything, and I think I got it down to about $40. I had to take some of the thicker things out that I wanted to send, but let's see, let me go back down to the bottom here. Becky said, I wasn't born yet in 1963. I was baking then. Becky's a young chick. She was in the, what do they call that? The girl with two dogs, the baker's oven. Yeah. Gosh, I was in 6th or 7th grade. And you weren't even born yet? How'd you get so smart, Becky? They're laughing at Becky out there. Is it Lenore? No, are you talking about my name? It's Leona. My middle name is Leona. And I think it's spelled with an A. I think I always spelled it with an A. But I can't remember if I spell it with an A or an E, because I always just put my middle initial. I'm going to check my birth certificate. Karen! You guys check my post tab. Karen did another, and I'm not going to, I promise you, I'm not going to go down the AI rant. Although I was ranting today. I will say, I was watching a video that, and it was just of some video, and it was of a hailstorm, and the hail was softball size, and it was falling down and cracking car windows and, you know, hitting trees and house. Well, I don't know if it hit the houses, but that video alone had over 30,000 views. He showed the views, 30,000 views. And the conversation, as you read the comments, they were really ripping that video apart. It's AI. Hail doesn't fall horizontally. And hail isn't that big, even though there's some softball hail. And why is it only falling on certain cars? And I admit, it probably was AI. But my thought was, and they were saying, let's just get rid of all this AI, blankety blank, blank, blank. And I'm going, no, if you don't like it, don't watch it. Don't watch it. 30,000 views that guy watched because those people were ranting like I am now about AI. And the people like me who do these fun little stories, you know, little fib-diggity stories that bore everybody. I get a nice amount of views, but I don't get near 30,000 views. You know, they don't watch the boring stuff. They go and watch stuff that they can rave and rant about. And what they're doing is that by their commenting and ranting and do all that commenting, they're telling the YouTube algorithm that, hey, people are interested in this short. Let's feed it to more people. And I'm going, if you want to get rid of it, shut up. Oh, that's my AI rant for tonight. But I will say I put up that wax seal video this morning, and that was AI. I will tell you, if I'm doing a short, not all my shorts are AI. I put all my AI shorts in a separate playlist. And I wish that they would let me put that playlist, you know, they have all those little menu items. I wish that I could point to the playlist on a menu item. All my other shorts, like the yard walks and blah, 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 are in the short section mixed up with all the AI stuff. But if you want to know what is AI on my stream, for now, until they give us the official hashtag, when I first started learning about AI, they told us to use hashtag dream screen on shorts. And that's what I use. And then I started using dream stream on shorts AI. And I put that in my title, but I usually put it at the end because I don't want it crowding out what my video is all about. I put it in my title, I put it in my description box, and I put it in my metadata. So if you're looking at one of my videos personally, and should be in all the YouTube creators, there is one thing that I'm on an AI discussion here because it's my world, you guys. It's been my world all weekend. I was up all last night creating Tuesday's short. But I do agree with Dee Dee was shortly talking about it. I had to leave because I was gonna rant in Dee Dee's stream, and I knew that wasn't polite, so I left. But the comment was made, and Dee Dee Willingham agreed, that they're gonna have to tell the viewers what is AI and what is not. Now, YouTube tries to enforce that. You know, they tell, at least in the meetings that I've been in about AI, they say use hashtag. Well, I have been told dream screen on shorts. They may be changing that. I've seen different things out there. But for me, I'm using what I initially learned. And I do agree that globally, creators should flag to people that are watching if a video is created by AI. I agree with that because I do understand the feelings toward that. I really, really do. But I love AI because it helps me tell my story. It amazes me how it can bring a photograph or a picture to life. And you'll see that in my Tuesday morning video. You've seen the one with where my brother Tom. I'm kind of switching the story. My brother does not look like that character, but it kind of looks like, I keep telling my brother, his barber retired a year or so ago, but his barber, the last day that my brother went into his barber convinced him to shape his beard and trim it really nice. And my brother came home and he looked nice. He looked good. He looked handsome, to tell you the truth. And but my brother won't do it again. He likes his beard all scraggly and shaggly. And even he had a mole removed on his face. And they shaved, but he wouldn't let him shave his whole face. They could only shave half of his face. He says, I've worked so hard to grow this beard. I'm not having you shave it off. And so he came out, and I looked at him, and I said, you only got half of a beard. I laughed and laughed and laughed. And even the lady who I'm struggling to know what to call her. she doesn't quite look like me. Originally, I think when I created her, she looks a little bit older. She looks like she might be in her 80s or so. So I've started making her look younger. But she never had bangs. I wear bangs. Well, lately, I've been putting bangs on her. And she looks, in Tuesday's video, she looks a little bit older than I am. So, and YouTube doesn't get it right between clips. You know, you'll see subtle changes that it doesn't flow like a real movie would. And that doesn't bother me because I can only do so much with what I have. But just to be, I think there was a little confusion over the Brother Tom because, well, one person came in and said, "This is not real. These aren't real people." And I'm going, no, they're not. You know, it's AI. And I ended up deleting everything because you think I'm ranting now. You know, I think AI can be used for good. But I also think that the more good, on the good side, a video, a short is on AI, the more it doesn't get watched. People gravitate, and I don't know if it's because of the young people or the interest, or people are just drawn toward the weird and the crazy and the, you know, the ranting videos. They're really drawn toward it. And it gets a lot more views. And I was sitting there going, if you guys want AI to shut down, or if you don't want to support it, shut up. You know, you're just giving him time. You're telling the YouTube algorithm to pass this video along to other people. I don't know. That's my AI rant for the night. Did I say everything I wanted to say? All right, let me go look at more chat. Karen is here. Oh, I didn't say everything I wanted to say. Karen, our Karen K, is doing AI shorts on a channel called Van Life, VAN Life Dreaming. And she does really cute AI shorts. And I've been posting them when I see them. And I posted one today. She posted a Thanksgiving dinner. You're all invited, she says. Come and you know, support the videos that, you know, especially if you know the people. And they're, you know, I have to tell you, YouTube is not going to YouTube AI is not going to take over the world. I can guarantee you that. It has a lot of flaws in it. And it's a struggle sometimes to create what you want to create. And they're still developing things, so you have to work around their development. And sometimes it's a real struggle, and it's a lot of work to do one of those three-minute shorts. And Karen does an excellent job. And let me tell you, that Karen K, she's smart. She's passed along some good tips to Meri. I'm not going to give them away. If you want to know good tips, if you get to working on an AI on YouTube and want to know something, hey, Karen. All right. Let's see. Who else is in here? Belinda, Sharon, Vale says, living in Canada and buying from crafters in the U.S. costs me an extra $40 to $50 to cross the border. That's a lot of money to be added to the purchases and shopping. It is, Vale. It really, really is. And it's so sad. It's so sad. Angie said she's made all shapes of bowls. Oh. We'll have to, just because I won't be buying as much doesn't mean I won't be watching, Angie. I might peek in and, at least if I'm not there, even on the replay, and see what you're up to. Angie Brown, I love my, it's full over here. My Angie Brown bowls are overflowing. Let me show you. I won this one in an offer up, and it's full. And it's one of her larger oval bowls. Angie Brown's bowls, and look, I've got a clip on here. I've got a little finger tab that should go over there, a little finger protector. But scissors, it holds my scissors. It holds my larger scissors. My carving tool is in there. We're going to use that tonight. And then I've got a round one. And, you know, my desk has all sorts of stuff on it tonight. because I was playing the other night, but I have a round one that I put like my glue sticks and things like that in. So Angie's making all sorts of bowls. Becky says, and I hate when I send a gift and then you all in other countries have to pay more to get it. Yes, Becky, I learned the hard way on that. When I very first started, I wasn't even streaming. I had a giveaway, and a lady in Canada won it. And Meri was completely ignorant of how to fill out a customs form, and then I did not mark it was a gift. And she ended up having to pay the customs fee. And I tried to, take care of that for her, and she wouldn't let me do it. And I'm going, she had to almost, she didn't have to pay for her own gift, but she had to pay for the postage to get there, and it wasn't cheap. So I learned the hard way. I felt so bad because she won a giveaway and she had to pay for it. That Becky's hit the nail head there. Becky wants to recommend a movie. Good. Thank you, Sharon Lombard. She says, Meri, I love your AI. Watch Tuesday because it is something about AI, and but it's an indirect. And I tried to make it subtle, what I was thinking. And you'll understand. Watch Tuesday's short. It's not up. It's all created. I spent all night creating it, getting it to say, you guys should hear me talk to that phone. I am convinced if that AI processor that YouTube has would just do the prompts as I tell it. But no, it's got to go in there and do its own thing. I said, you guys are like stubborn actors who think you know more than the director. I wrote those prompts out there. This is what I wanted to do. This is what I wanted to say. But you ruined it by going off and putting a extra character in there or making it. Sometimes they come up with some really things that I like, but most of the time they don't do what I tell it to do. And I'll go, why are we writing prompts if you aren't going to do them? I'm sitting there screaming at it. And, sometimes I think it hears me. I have to tell you, because I talk pretty loud. I will, when I rant like that at the phone, I'm sitting in there. My brother's in the other room in bed, he's deaf anyway, and so I can rant all I want. But I'm sitting in there ranting at the phone, and when I really scream at it and tell it off, I say, you're just like these actors who think that they know more than the director. And I said, just please don't cough at the very end. We don't need a there. I don't do that. And sometimes when it can't understand what you typed in it for it to say, it'll go, and it'll just mess up jumble up the speech. And I'm going, where did that come from? And then I'll go, this is what I want you to say. And then I'll read it. I said, you're a smart AI processor. You're supposed to be smart. And then I'll just read the prompt to it. And do you know, when I process it again, it does what I want it to do. I'm going, listen to me. I don't know. All right. I get off on AI because I'm really into it right now. I'm into all the other art too, but AI is really a fun thing for me to play with, and it helps me tell my story. I have so much that I want to tell you guys. I think I'm going to go back and start telling the fairy tales. And I think I'm going to use my brother Tom as a person to help me tell those story tales in a way, because I'm going to be, I'm going to be telling him about finding the book. But I haven't done that video yet. So I think I'm going to be, and there's some other things that I want to work into that little story. But we have Thanksgiving coming up. And my third cousin is moving into the bed and breakfast in Fibdiggity that Holly Dalton used to. And so they're moving in early this week. And they're coming over to I'm in Fibdiggity. I haven't done a picture of the house, and the house varies from scene to scene, but theoretically, I live in a little brick cottage. Well, maybe not so little because need room. I need space, but they're coming over because they just get moved in. The wife of the house does not have time to cook a big Thanksgiving meal, so we're having them over to our house for Thanksgiving. And speaking of Thanksgiving in real life, that comes on a Thursday. I will be streaming Thursday morning because I'll stream my regular hour, 6 to 9. Just so you know. All right, let's move on, Mary. Stacy. Did Stacy pop in while I was ranting? There she is. Hi, Stacy May, Catitude. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Stacy May has in the past streamed every morning around 10 Eastern, I believe. But then she took a break. She had some family to take care of and some life things to take care of. But she's still online, and hopefully she'll be coming back. Sharon's here. Nancy Widner. Hi, Nancy girl. Hi, Nancy. It is so good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I'm probably way behind in chat. Oh, it's so good to see all of you. Thank you for giving me a part of your Sunday evening. And I haven't even done anything. I've just been ranting about AI. Butterfinger. What a Butterfinger? That's one of my favorite candy bars. What is a Butterfinger? What are you talking about, Angie? Butterfinger. I'm just here eating, Butterfinger ice cream? Oh, I'll bet that I've never had Butterfinger ice cream. But I like Butterfinger candy bars. And I was watching a foodie hack on how to make Butterfinger candy bars. I haven't tried it, but I was watching it. Yeah, I like Butterfinger candy bars a lot. I like too much candy a lot. I had a terrible, terrible stomachache that's one of the reasons why I did not stream. It started Wednesday night. It went into Thursday and into Friday. I'll tell you. I had diarrhea. I couldn't have streamed you guys because I would be saying, excuse me, be right back. I don't know I do know what I ate. I made some potato soup, and I made it really spicy because I do like the spices, but oh man, I put in something. And then I had something else with it. My brother, I made the potato soup for noon lunch, and I had it for noon lunch. And then at supper, he says, I made a pizza. Do you want some pizza? And I'm going, I can't. So I froze some pizza for myself. I had it for supper tonight. But for about 2.5 days, my tummy just could not tolerate anything. And it started getting better yesterday. When I went to town yesterday, it started getting better. And I feel good now. But I'll tell you guys, I have to watch what I eat. I'm getting older. I can't just have anything I like anymore. I have to be careful. Even with my vegetables. It all started with corn on the cob. That's when my first tummy issue started, with corn on the cob. And now when I eat vegetables, I make sure that I steam them and that they're really soft, especially if they have like cauliflower, or I love broccoli. I love cauliflower and broccoli. But I have to be careful about what I put in my tummy. All right, I'm sure there's a lot of you out there who understand. Angie said that Butterbrickle ice cream was really good, Sharon. Karen says, I swear AI intentionally puts in one mistake. I wonder if they don't too. I wonder. And sometimes I think, Karen, do you have the VEO3 in, I've been sending them messages. I said, we missed the VEO3 in the video clips. To tell my story, that's one reason why it took me so long yesterday. I have to create a picture. You have to create a picture in your video clip. You can do that. And then you have to save off the picture and edit it and everything. And then you can go photo to video to tell your story with VEO3. And I don't understand why they don't put VEO3 back into the video clips. And I'm going, am I the, well, I know I'm not the only one, because Karen said about a week or so ago, she said she didn't have it either. And we used to have it there all the time, and they took it away. Karen said, I figured that's how you did that. Smart. And now their trick is you can create music. They let you create music, and Karen, I knew about that before Karen told me, but you can create music like on that wax seal video I have a little, and it says right at the bottom of that video, if you play the video, my short, and look at the bottom, it says AI generated music. So you, right there, you know that's an AI stream. But we can put up our video, and we can create the music to go with it, but we can't download it. We can't save it off on our own systems for just to save it off for in case something happens to our channel, and that kind of bothers me. They, and if you look at those extensions, Karen, I was able to download a couple of clips, and the extension is like MP3A, and on the video of the music, it's MP3A, and on the video, it's MP4A. Now, on one of them, I was able to change the extension to MP3, and it warned me before I change it that I might ruin the file. But I said, heck, it's just a music file that, And so I went ahead and let it change, and it played perfectly. But now I can't even download the video. Now they've completely, and I don't think that's fair. They should, and they don't tell you. You have to figure it out there. So why isn't my video downloading? It isn't like they made a rule. Don't download video. And, they might have good reasons to do it, but there's no manual out there saying don't, we won't let you do it. And there's a couple other things. I used words like when I was doing that creepy doll, those creepy doll AIs, I said, have the doll hanging out of the window, and of course it was all damaged and everything, and have it hanging out the window with broken glass. They would not let me create that video. They said, we don't create things like that. Try something else. And I kept trying to change the wording to something that they would accept. And I tried once too often, and they said, take a break. They said, you tried this too often. Go take a break. They paused, and they wouldn't let me create anymore. And so it was about an hour, two couple hours before they let me create another video. And I'm going, well, that's, they don't tell you. You only find out. And I thought, well, my prompts must be wrong. And so I was trying to get my prompts right. And then they wouldn't let me create anything. Another thing, when I was creating Tuesday's video, I used the word harassment, and I used the word censorship. I had to take those words out of my prompts altogether. I had to take them out of and you'll understand when you see what the video is all about. It was too negative for them. They said, we don't create videos like that. I tried downloading an old photograph in the public domain, and I just split off a part of it to see if I could make it come to life. They would not let me do it. And I'm going, it's public domain, for goodness sakes. Now, I don't know if it was something about the way I did the photo or the words, but they said, we can't create stuff like that. They will not let you create realistic children. You can do teenagers, 13 and up, I believe. But you can't do 3 and 4, 5-year-olds. I have a lot of trouble getting Ruby Rose to, and I'm going, she's a mythological creature. She's a gnome. She's not a human. She's not a real person, even in Bib Diggity. She's a gnome. And they won't, a lot of times when I'm doing it, like I'll have her going for a walk with Lena, who's our Bib Diggity thrift store operator. I'm doing a video where she's going for a walk with her. This hasn't been published yet either, but they won't let me create it. Just because I think the more successful ones that I get of her, I say, a small gnome with blonde hair and braids. And so it figures out that it's a young gnome. But if they knew as much as they think they know with AI, they would know that, I read it in the gnome book, that gnomes' childhood lasts for a long time. They can be several years and still be a child in gnomedom. I read that in one of those gnome books. I'm paraphrasing it. They probably said it better than I did. But I will say, I do like the AI music. I like the things it comes up with. I like to generate it because you can generate blues and jazz and country. And I even put in hymns. I think that Hallelujah one that I did was a hymn that I generated. And they created the words. And on that one, the only trouble that I have, what I did there was I generated the music off of a video that I put up, and I played the track, and then I took my other phone and recorded the track as it was playing to make it an MP3, and then I incorporated it into my video. The only bad thing about doing that is you don't get that clear tone that you get if you could use it directly. But if you use it directly and they can incorporate in your video, you can't download the video. I'm off on AI again. Karen says, I hope it works itself out. I just use YouTube's AI. Me too. I do too, Karen. I know there's a lot of AI generators out there, but to tell you the truth, I'm confused enough. I don't want to get to using 3 or 4 AI process. And I do kind of like YouTube putting boundaries on what they will accept and not. So if I use something from another AI generator and uploaded it, it may catch something in processing, but it may not too. And I suspect a lot of what they call crap AI out there, I suspect it's AI that, was not created on YouTube. Because I think a lot of that they wouldn't allow. All right, I am sorry, you guys. I was not going to get off on an AI rant, but I do. I want to show you, I think I'm down at the bottom of the chat. Karen says, I absolutely love making the songs, but I don't have video to add to it. Yeah, I love making the songs too, because you just tell them. You tell them what you want the song about. I could say, and I've even put in Christmas music as one of the genres. I really like it because there's pop and rock, and I put in 1950s music. And it generates something. It accepts 1950s. I suppose it thinks it's rock and roll, but not all 1950s music. I haven't put in, what is the 1940s music? What would you call that? Those songs, those old 1940s songs? What genre would that be? I put in classical. I put in jazz. I put in blues. I put in hymns. I put in several things that they don't suggest. And I do like what they come up with. I really do, but I wish they'd let us get our own videos. All right. So, here we are. When I was cleaning today, I found this book that was created from strips of, and this is a composition book of lists. And I'm going to start putting all my lists in here. I've got lists all over the place that we've done in streams and everything. So I want to keep that out. I just wanted to show it to you guys. I bought some candles when we went to town the other day because I want to be able to hold my little spoon over a flame to melt the wax on the bottom. So I got that. This is the book that I'm currently working in. It was when I was sorting, I sorted out all these bits and bops, and this is a Thanksgiving book that was Over the River illustrated by Meri Atelier. I left her illustrations in there, but I mixed them up in signatures, and I'm going in there kind of making a holiday journal out of it. We may come back to that tonight. This is a project that I may work on next week because I'd like to get that finished. These are the molds I want to work with tonight. These are molds, silicone molds from Debbie Epps, one of her stash sales. And I want to see, especially these bigger ones, if they'll accept the wax. But you know, wax does not have to be, it does not have to, just think if this were an eraser type thing. These lines do not have to be wide for the wax to get in there. I'm not sure how it'll pop out, though, on some of this stuff. But I'm going to play with it. This one, it's hard to see, but there are some nice floral designs in there. And these all came from Debbie Epps. I'm not sure how she got these. I don't know if she had them made. Here's some butterflies. Aren't these cool? And especially these smaller ones, I could see on that going on a puddle of wax. This one is really thin, but it's leaves. So I thought I'd play a little with these tonight. I'm going to set these up above here. What I want to show you is the fabric that I paid my bills yesterday. And I was so proud of getting all my bills. I got most of my bills. There's still some that come out every month on my account. So I went to the fabric store to buy some stuff for me. Because I said I did all my business. So now I'm going to treat myself. And look at this Christmas fabric. You guys, I usually don't buy a yard. But I saw this and said I have to have a yard. I have no idea. It'd make a beautiful journal cover. I don't know. It's an entire yard. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful fabric. It's probably about 22 inches, which would be total of 44 inches wide. Look at this fabric. Look at this. And I'll fold it this way so you can see the next panel. Isn't that beautiful? Let's see. You see down to the tree. There's the old-fashioned Sani. Look at this. Yummy fabric. So I got that. And then I went back into the sale room because whenever I go into this it's a fabric shop, but it's also beading, and I buy my piecework magazines, the little needle network magazines, and I've even bought tatting thread, embroidery thread there. Well, I went back into the sale room and they had this fabric on sale for half off. And this was the end of the boat. And she said there was probably a yard, but it turned out to be 1 2/3 yard. So it was half off, so I said, give it all to me. Because this is that red tape measure fabric, and I know I'll use this. I know in fact, I was commenting to the sales lady, I said, this would really go pretty with that. Wouldn't that go pretty? I don't know how I'm going to use it, but I got it. And this is my price tag. And then they have, let me put this back in the bag. They have the county register little shopper's guide for mostly quilting stores, but they got a new editor, and she likes to include a lot of written articles. I like to read them, but she has quit putting in so many colored. I like to buy one to tear up and one to read. I don't buy them. They're free. But I've noticed I take 2 of them, and I feel, should I be grabbing 2? But I always notice toward the end of the season, they still have a stack left. And they never say anything to me when I take 2. They think, she'd probably taken 1 for her friend. And it's really a nice little, I like, here they give recipes. Here's a Christmas in 1952 article. All the store advertisements locally in Nebraska. Here they're already talking about their next shop hop in May, April, May. And, yeah, Lincoln's, good thing Lincoln is far away. There's a lot going on up there that I could go to. So I buy this. I thought it would be fun to make these stars. They got directions, and it doesn't look like it's hard. You take a 12 by 12 and cut it into 4-inch squares, and then you fold it into these triangles, and then glue the triangles together. We might do that in one of the streams. So that came with my fabric store purchase. That and the Piecework magazine. I don't think I brought it in here. Did I bring it in? No, I don't see it. But another thing I did when I went to town was on Facebook Marketplace, they were selling this stack of hankies for $10. They had 4 or 5 stacks, but I said, well, I can only afford 1. Don't be greedy, Mary. And so I'm thinking about making another little handkerchief. And when I went to pick it up, his wife must have been at work, because a man answered the door, you know, pick up at their house. He answered the door, and he said, "Are you here for the hankies?" And I said, "Yes." And he reached over, and I was standing in the foyer, and he had a little stand there with 4 or 5 bundles of these hankies. And he handed them to me, and he said, "Do you want to check them out?" You know, for stains and rips and tears. And I said, "Oh no, they're, you know, because I know what I'm going to use them for. It would be fun to make some little handkerchief dolls, wouldn't it? Bottle dolls out of these. Or I'm really thinking another little handkerchief journal. And you know, there are some white ones in there, but they're fair. They look at this one. Isn't that pretty? Isn't that pretty? And the white ones, even the white ones have, this one has a really light design on it. And this one is just plain tan. I don't mind that. Here's a blue one, a little floral, pink floral. Here's a blue with pretty trim on it. This one's got embroidery on it. So I think that they were, when they put these packs together, they were very considerate of what they put in there. So if I had the money, I would have bought all the packs. But, you know, I've got to cut down, she says. I got to quit going to that Facebook Marketplace. And then I did go to the thrift store. I didn't buy much. They were open only on Saturday morning. And I looked in there. I wanted to get, I'm melting down candles. And when I melted down the one I showed a couple weeks ago, I used one of our, for the double boiler, I used one of our, what we make soup in. And I didn't put the wax in there. I put the wax in another container and made a double boiler out of it. Well, some of the, I don't know how, I think probably I dropped the wax in the water or something as it was boiling, and it got on the side of our soup bowl thing. Well, you can heat all that up again. I used my heat gun and heated it up and wiped it off and used soap. I cleaned it good. A little wax isn't going to hurt you anyway, but it's all good now. But I want to make myself a double boiler, and I wanted just, you know, a pan, an old soup pan, you know, about like that you could melt wax in and just pour. And in that thrift store, there was not one. And the lady, when I went to check, the only other thing I bought was I bought a little round tin that I'm going to put odds and ends in. It's probably about a 12-inch tin. I think it's a Christmas one, a cookie tin. And it was only 50 cents. And when I was getting ready to pay out, I said, this is all I had was that tin. And I said, I came in, I was looking for a pan, and I told her what I wanted it for, and she walked over to the shelf where all the pans and cookies. I almost bought some of those Jello molds to do a 3, because I've got candles to melt down now. And then they were only 50. They've marked a lot of things down because they're going to be moving to a different spot and they're clearing out their inventory. But I resisted. I said, I've got to clear out what I have. And, but she pointed out this bigger aluminum pan. And it's not a heavy steel one, but it's a big pan. And so it would act as, instead of our soup pan, it would act as a double boiler. But now I need the pan to put the wax in. And you could use a soup can, but we don't eat that much. If we buy juice or something, it usually comes in either a jar or a plastic bottle. And we don't eat big cans of vegetables anymore. We buy the the smaller size stuff. And so I was thinking, I'm going to still look for a soup pan, but I was thinking maybe even like a aluminum water pitcher. If I could find one, it wouldn't hurt if I put it in boiling water, that I could melt that wax in and then I could pour it through the spout. I'm thinking about an aluminum, water pitcher. I don't want anything too tall. But I need something that the wax can melt in there and I won't have to clean it all out. So I'm still on the hunt for that. But that's all I got at the thrift store. And then I bought these from Facebook Marketplace. That's a future project. Now I'm down to the Happy Mail. I have some Happy Mail here that I got when I was cleaning. I got this from Debbie Epps. And maybe I did open it. Maybe what's in here is not from Debbie Epps, because it looks like it's been opened. I was thinking I didn't open this. And no, it looks like it might have come from Debbie. Some of her little... Oh, these could go for Christmas, too. Look at that little guy. These could go in my journal. And here's a Fib-Diggity house! And a cottage house. Only my cottage in Fib-Diggity is brick. It's not wood. Yeah, these could go for Christmas. I think these came from Debbie Epps. She mailed these to me. This says, coffee is my Valentine. So these were holiday ones. She mailed these to me. The date is November of 2024. So it was a year ago. And I just found them. I'm gonna save those out for my... Then I got a Christmas card. I haven't opened yet. It's been here a few days, but I haven't been streaming. This is from Vanessa at Angel Rose Designs. Yes. And she's already sent out her Christmas cards. Can you believe that? Can you believe it? Let's open it and see what it is. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the Christmas cards that I get this year. I might just put them in a Christmas box like I did those that I opened not so long ago. I want to be careful how I open this. I guess up here. She's got a beautiful seal on it. It's well made. Just the envelope is well made. But I have to be careful opening it. I wonder if I can get in there. It is glued shut. Let's see if it... I think I can cut the edge here. I think the card, sometimes I can tell where the card ends. And so if I cut it very skinny, I won't be cutting the card. And I like to make pages out of these envelopes. Maybe I'll make a Christmas card journal if I get enough. My printer, I need to get my printer going again. It's printing blue. I haven't had time to play with it. But I want to send out postcards. And they'll probably be AI generated. Look at that. Oh, Merry Christmas. Isn't that sweet? Merry Christmas. And then you open it up and it says, the note says, may laughter fill your cozy home. May joy be felt wherever you roam. With love that shines both far and near, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Now I'm going to have to keep these together so I know this card came from Vanessa. I'm going to put this over in my Happy Mail box. That's completely full and overflowing. All right. I was cleaning and I ran across the start of a transparent art journal page here. So I pulled it out. I'll have to probably open it up and do some more work on it. And I think I probably did this because it looks like my work here. I don't know about the tape on here. But I'm going to start collecting all my transparent art journal pages. And as I was cleaning, I ran across these. Now these, I think, go in the bottom of that set that I have that I think make clunky. I think it's more that silicone set that I have around pieces. I think it's more for resin than for wax. But I thought, you know, I think these are stickers. I haven't pulled them out. But I could probably put wax on them. And I'm not sure exactly. I'll have to play with one. I'm not sure exactly if that'll work or not. I tried some sticker paper and my wax peeled right off of it, both sides. This is from Debbie Epps, and it came, it looks like it says 11/17/20. She paid for it on November 17th. And today's what, the 20, so it's a couple weeks old, 23rd. I haven't been streaming, and I have it out there on the living room, but I'm sure this, see, I've cut down a lot what I've been buying. Because I have a whole box of Debbie Epps stuff. I just put it away, but I have a whole box of Debbie Epps stuff that I need to use up. Got a lot of neat stash stuff from Debbie Epps, so I'm going to open this here. And I'm sure this is probably papers. And I love Debbie's papers. I love Jacqueline's papers. You guys, I'm going to cut down, but I'm not going to quit. Yeah, let me open up. Did I open up? Oh, I think I missed stuff. There we go. I am finding that these are good to stick scrap paper in, and I'm not going to show the address there. I put all little bits and pieces in those empty envelopes. And look at this beautiful paper from Debbie. Look at this. This is kind of a lime green. It looks kind of yellow in my screen, but it's probably the yellow tones coming out of it. Let's see if I can get in here. Oh, some more of this wonderful paper that she does. You know, Debbie and Jacqueline have distinct styles, and that's what I like about it. They're both beautiful, but look what Debbie does this, and I think some of these are folios. She sells double sheets. I think this one might be a folio. Yeah, look at this. Gorgeous. Gorgeous papers. Thank you, Miss Debbie. You know, and when she has her sales, I think these are probably about it. She sells the single sheets for 50 cents. I think these are $1. And they're well worth it. You go to a scrapbook store and try to buy that for $1. And then here's some single sheets of kind of a lavender purple. She gave me some dark ones. A lot of requests for dark ones. And then some of this. But you know, if I go and just buy a few sheets, so there's $1, $2, $3, $4, about $4 or $5 for this by the time I paid the postage. Oh, there's some more here. Yeah, probably about, well, I bought 4 of these. So by the time you pay the postage, it probably came to about $6 or $7. Well worth it. I'll be using this in my journal. I'm not going to fool with putting that back right now. I'll set it down over here. So now we are down to, I found some Christmas cards that were, I think these came as a gifty. Gift to altar. Christmas cards. I think these came from Rebecca Wells. She sold today, but I just had to, say no, 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 no. And I was thinking I could put some of these in that holiday journal. Some of them are awfully pretty. It'd be sad to cut them up, but they've got nice verses in there. I might have to go back to my 2024 and put some of these verses in the 2024. But some of them are just card fronts. So I'm going to be playing with these. I think Becky said that she was going to alter Christmas cards. Now I'm not altering these to send out. These could be sent out though. I'm not going to alter mine to send out. I'm going to put them in my journals. Not all of them, but oh, this one's got a candy canes are 3D. They're nice cards. And I saw cards at the thrift store, but I just said, I know I have a pack or two at home. Aren't these nice? Look at that. So I'm not going to go through all of them. So we're going to play a little with those, but what I really want to do tonight is play with this wax. So let me come out and look at chat, and then we'll get out the wax. And I want to play with Debbie's silicone molds and see what kind of wax, how the wax will work in there. And let me go get you. Oh dear. How did she get these in there? $0.25. I think she gave this as a gift though. I think this is 25 cents. I don't even know if that was hers. That was probably where she bought it from. All right. I'm going to set those aside. Let me come out and look at chat. I should be working on my zine, but should and doing it is another thing. Let me refresh chat so I know I'm up with you guys. Chat filter, all messages. Hi, Juju, crafting on the back 40. Is that Juju? Is that Juju? Crafting on the back 40. Are you Juju? Yes, she is. Stacy's here. Karen K says Vanessa is on top of things. Yes, she is. She's ahead of the game. They're saying hello to Juju. She says, I'm Juju. You got it right for once. Belinda says, I couldn't justify the annual cost, but just to figure out if I liked it. What are we talking about? She says, let's see, what are you talking about? Be able to do any more until next month. I stipulated I had only used it less than 4 days. What are we talking about? Let me go up to the next one. Karen, I asked the online chat help why it wasn't letting me create, but it was enticing me to upgrade. Oh, really? What are we talking about? Some utility that was asking her to upgrade. After just 3 days, their chat help advised me that I have surpassed my limit and wouldn't be able to do any more until next month. Is that AI stuff? Was that, you know, they only give so many units in some of this. Is it Gemini? A lot of the AI, if you're talking about AI, could be something else. I stipulated I'd only used it less than 4 days, but that doesn't matter. I would have to wait till the beginning of next month or upgrade to a paid plan. Yeah. That's how it is with this free stuff. That's kind of like why I like YouTube. With YouTube, you don't have to pay to play. And, you know, yeah, we have to put up with a lot of crap. We have to put up with a lot of advertising and spam and people that don't like us and all of that. We put up with a lot. And if you've been on as long as Becky and I have been, you know there's a lot. Well, you learn too. You learn. And I'm still learning, you guys. I'm still learning. Sometimes I put my foot in my mouth big time and I wish I never had done it, but I did. And you learn not to do it again. And then when you do it again, you go, why in the blankety blank did I do that? But there's things like COPPA, the Child Protection Act. There was a big flare up. A lot of people left because they were afraid that the government was going to fine them $40,000 if they had child content on their channel. But now recently I've been reading about COPPA because, but what I understand is I'm going, why are we getting rid of the children? You know, and especially in my little fictional town, we don't want a town that has no kids. You know, but I'm going to have to refer to them when I refer to them as I can't really illustrate them. I can't really show pictures of even, YouTube won't let me create a child in AI. And if I did child content, I'm getting away with Ruby Rose, I think, because she's a fictional character. But if you noticed, I used to do Little Maisie. Little Maisie, if you remember, was a little child. But she was an illustrated child. I wasn't doing a picture of a real child. But I think the thing of it is that if you kind of refer to children without making child content, you can use children in the, I want to say in the third person. I don't know if that's the proper way, but like a grandmother talking about her granddaughter, something like that. But if you made a video that says, okay, children, now, you know, come and I'm going to show you how to draw a circle and make a cat. You know, you're making child content there. And they have YouTube for children. And I don't know, I never explored that channel. It's a whole different app. I never explored it. But they're trying to keep the younger, I think they have to, result of COPPA, but it was even before COPPA. But you have to be, the rule is you have to be at least 13 years old to be on YouTube. And so I can make content that refers to teenagers, you know, and you'll see that in when my third cousin comes to Fibdiggity, there's going to be teenage twins, because I want to make at least youth-related content, and I don't want to kick the kids out of Fibdiggity. You know, I don't think that's culturally correct. So I get off on these things. Oh, about the chat. Let's see, what are they talking about? Karen says, Belinda, I hope that you can keep experimenting. Belinda says, Karen, I was experimenting with text prompts into gnomes, turkeys, chickens, and a cup of coffee. What were you experiencing with? What were you using? I stopped trying to experiment after trying with the free AI. What were you using? Gemini? They probably wanted to get you to a paid subscription upgrade. Yeah. I don't know what you were using. Let's see if I can follow this conversation. I swear AI intentionally puts in one mistake. Angie says, Sharon, like those two. I like putting vanilla ice cream in a glass and pouring orange soda on it. Ooh, that sounds good, Angie. Sharon says, oh, I must try this. Yeah, it sounds like something to try. Vanilla ice cream with an orange soda on it sounds like a orange sickle. Stacy May says, hi, Meri. Thanks. I figured out how you can do that. Smart. I was talking about music. Well, I have to go up a little to see what Brenda was talking about. Brenda and Karen. I missed that whole conversation. Oh, I got sidetracked. Becky was recommending a movie. Becky, she's probably moved on, but at least she popped in and said hello. Don't forget, Tuesday at noon, and that's probably noon Eastern, Becky is, for USA only, Becky is going to be giving away a handmade Advent calendar. So be there. Aunt Beck's Creations. She said, my Rhonda. She says, I want to recommend a movie. My sister Rhonda and I went to see Rental Family Friday night. It was such a sweet movie. Oh, that sounds cool. Rental Family. So there's a movie recommendation. I'll tell you, I've been watching holiday movies. They're all romancy. I did watch a couple family ones. Was it on Netflix or Prime? I can't remember. Rental Family. All right. Thank you, Becky. She says she's going to run now. I'll see you all around. So there we go. Let's see. I want to see what Belinda was talking about. Talking about postage. I did not catch what AI you were using. That made you buy the Belinda. That made you want to buy. Karen says, my AI has gotten really bad. It won't even make my cute craft. Yeah. I think they're trying to safeguard so much. They're trying to, because they're probably, your cute creatures, Karen, they probably consider them children's toys or something, and they're not. And that's what I'm going, a gnome is not a child. Well, it's a child gnome, but it's a mythological creature. It's not, even in fiction, it's not a person. It's not a human. And it's a fairy tale creature. And at least I think it is. I've talked about Ruby Rose so much, she might just walk right up to my desk and say, get busy, Meri, I'm supervising. Yeah, I didn't catch what AI Belinda was using, but that's another reason. And then other AIs, you have to consider those people who write those AI processors are trying to make a living. And so, they put in a lot of coding and hard work, and even YouTube does, trying to get things going. They're still experimenting. And, their time is, well, just think about a programmer in the business world, how much they get paid. I got paid pretty high, and I was a legacy programmer 10 years ago, and I made pretty decent wages for 10 years ago. Of course, it's not as good this 10 years later, but I made pretty good wages. And my starting wage for my beginning programming job, when I finally got into programming, was less than minimum wage is today. And I can remember I went for an interview, and they asked, the salary came up, and they said, "We're not going to pay you that much." And I'm going, because back then those wages were good wages for beginning programmers, more experienced programmers who were at that time were assembler programming. If you knew assembler, you were a genius back then. And you were in that cultural time period. Assembler was a register-driven program application, and you had to understand registers and how they work together, and it wasn't business language, which COBOL. I can talk about this because I lived it for many years. COBOL is called Common Oriented Business something language, and it was written to be more understandable in a business language, like if, then, and else. Of course, logic is logic. You still have to understand logic. And believe it or not, as crazy and as ignorant as I seem sometimes, logic is one of I love to work those logic problems, and I love the logic in geometry. When I get by myself, I do pretty darn good. I don't do so good online, but I'm older now too. And I haven't been in the field for over 10 years. And when you're not around it, you don't, I hate to say you lose it, you don't really lose it. It's like riding a bicycle. I think I could, if a COBOL program would crash, I think I could it would take me a while. I used to work on the support team. I think if I worked on that support team, if I were hired today to go in and work on a support team, and a program crashed, and it was a COBOL program or whatever, a legacy program, I could probably get in there and figure out why. It'd probably take me a little while longer because I've been out of the field for 10 years. But it's like riding a bicycle. You never really lose the concept. You might be dealing with different procedures and different business procedures and things like that, but you never really lose the programming concept. Blah, blah, blah. Let me go down to the bottom. I'm off on a rant. Glenda says, I didn't purchase an upgrade. Yeah. It's one of the free AI Windows programs. Is it Gemini? Is Gemini free? Oh, it's Windows. I think Gemini is Google-based. Yeah. I don't fool with that stuff, mostly because I kind of like YouTube, and even though it frustrates me at times, and you should hear me when I'm alone, but the thing of it is, it's free, and they may take things away from us, but they don't ask us to pay. At least at this point, they don't ask us to pay. And the same way with our just the time that I'm spending here chattering away to people. I don't have to pay YouTube to be on and stream. And that's why I get back to Dee Dee and her crowd. Dee Dee and Janet Young and a couple of others, several others, just in our art area when we're streaming on Ustream. And Ustream started asking them to pay to stream. And it was not cheap. I mean, that was at least 10 years ago, around 10 years ago. 10 or 11 years ago when Dee Dee came over. 11 years ago, 10 years ago, I don't know. It was about a year after I started streaming, so it was probably around 2017. It may not be quite 10 years ago, but Dee Dee and Janet and those gals had been streaming on Ustream, and they started asking them to pay. Well, you know, you're getting the benefit of our content. You're getting content to feed to your advertisers so that they can show the advertising in a way, you know, and YouTube takes 30%. But, and I guess that's paying for it in a sense, but I don't consider that unfair. Some people will not do the super chat and super thanks on YouTube because YouTube takes a percent of it. But when you stop to think, everything that YouTube does, they store all our content. All that content that I've made since I came online, it's all out there. I don't have to pay for a website. I can put they don't notify you guys. I think we only get 3 notifications a day that YouTube puts out. If you put out 3 different, like if I put out a post, a short, and a stream, they would notify my subscribers. But after that, if I did 7 more, they wouldn't notify my subscribers. So they have certain rules, but still, I can live with YouTube's rules, and I can understand it because they have a lot of overhead. They pay people to run YouTube. And there's all the system stuff that needs to be taken care of. And it's not only just in the States, it's worldwide. And there's all the different languages, and now they're bringing on AI, and there's all of that. And then there's all the legal ramifications, all the copyright stuff, and all the tools that they're developing for content creators. How to they have this, what they call AB. I haven't used it because I'm not that paranoid about my thumbnails, but people who usually are in the business who want more people coming in, they want really nice thumbnails, and they have this A/B testing on thumbnails, which one is better. Yeah, I wouldn't purchase anything to learn, Belinda. Hop on YouTube and try your text prompts in YouTube, and you don't have to publish anything if you don't want. You can still, just like when you're learning to stream. If I was, and this is one thing I tell people that are afraid to stream because they don't know what they're going to say, or they feel like, oh, can I talk straight for 4 hours, or I don't know what to say. The thing of it is, if you do an unlisted live stream, you can practice. You don't have to publish anything, and you can do the same thing in your shorts. You can make it you can make your short private. You could practice with different prompts. You could get familiar with writing text prompts. And there's a lot more. Even I think my first AI on the dream screen was in February. And boy, would I think I was going in there and rewriting some of that stuff. But I went out there and I even asked, is there a tutorial out there? Is there a user group? And the answer was, we don't know of anything. But now I think that a lot of people, since it's been in use over the months, there's a lot more out there about Dream Screen and how to use it. But I think they need to communicate more with their users than they do. We don't have very good communication. Like, I don't know why I'm not getting VEO3 in my video clips, but I get them in my phone. But don't tell them, because they'll probably take it away from the photo to video. Then it just makes extra work for us. There's probably a good reason, but they don't tell us. Who came in? Allie K came in. Hi, Miss Allie K. Welcome in. Allie K, I was actually going to do something, but I've been chattering for an hour and a half now. And most of it has been about AI. Not all of it. Beth Stallwell. Are you my Canadian art barn lady? Hi, Beth. Let me tell you, I think it is. You are in British Columbia. Do I have that correct? And how many years ago was it that you built that art barn? She says, hi again, Meri. I said hi earlier. I don't think you saw my comment. I probably didn't. I miss a lot, Beth. And thank you for saying hi again, because, man, it's good to see you. It is good to see you. How many years ago? It's been several years ago that Beth, let's see, is she talking to me? Not yet. And I think her husband probably helped her, but they built an art barn. And she teaches or has taught art at the art barn. It's good to see you, Beth. Here I'm yelling at you like I'm yelling clear up to Canada. Now, I use the GPT chat, Belinda, for verbal things. Like, if I'm stumped about something, I'll ask it, can you give me a better way to say this? And it does. It does. Sometimes I'm just not sure that I'm getting my message across. How can I say this better? And I forget I could look it up, but I don't know what it was that the last thing I asked. I have not tried doing any. I think you can do generative AI where you can put in, you're trying to concentrate on other things. Yeah. There's a lot of different AI processors out there. Allie K uses, what do you use, Allie K? You've told me, but it goes, there's just so much information come in my head. Let's see. Karen says, Allie. Yeah. Thank you, YouTube, for being free. I do. And I think that's one thing. YouTube is kind of at the top of the, what do you want to say? The video, streaming video user. I got the content creator. Twitch is up there. TikTok? Those companies have, well, I don't know. TikTok might have been started about the same time YouTube. I don't know. I don't know the history of TikTok. TikTok and YouTube were early content creator platforms. But I do appreciate, and you don't have to pay TikTok either, do you? I don't think you guys have to pay TikTok. I don't know, but I think there are certain rules on TikTok. They don't do really long videos, do you? Aren't they keep them short? I don't know, because I don't use TikTok, so I shouldn't even address it. Because, yeah, YouTube, it's free, but we kind of pay for it in the, if you're monetized, they take 30%. If you're not monetized, it's still free. But there are ways, and if you watch all these YouTube experts out there that teach you how to use YouTube, and there are a lot of them out there, there are ways that you can make money on YouTube without being monetized. I just like being monetized. I'm not a business, and that's just never been my goal, is to sell anything, because I could hardly send out Happy Mail. I would be a complete failure. Let's see. Allie K says, I used to watch art streams on Ustream back in the day, Dee Dee, Janet, etc. When things would not be working, we would always say, thank you, Ustream, for being free, instead of complaining. Yeah. my phones that I had at the time, I did not have what I have today. My phones would not process Ustream. Sometimes I could get DD, but most of the times I couldn't. I did watch DD a couple times on Ustream, and I was aware that she was out there. I was so thankful when she and her whole crowd come over to YouTube. I thought that was a really good thing. So, and I still think that. I don't get over to the streams like I wish I could anymore. Who was I watching last week? I watched Messy Palette, but there was somebody else I was watching. Who was I watching? I can't remember. I didn't stay very long. Karen says, good attitude, Allie. Yeah. Let's see. Allie says, I like having the @ symbols in front of our names in chat. We can't complain too hard. If we want them to fix things, we have to pay a fee. Since it's free, we get what they give us. Yeah, that's really true. And I do think that they know that the more they get things working for us, the better it's going to be for them too. Yeah, Beth Stawa, she says, yes, I'm the art barn Beth from British Columbia. We year now. What, how many years? 5 years? We year. How many years, Beth? Did you say Art Barn? I remember that channel. Do you still have the channel? I know she has done things on TikTok, but do you still have your Art Barn channel, Beth? And who came in? Messy Palette, Di. Hi, Di. How are you doing? Meta AI is what Allie K uses. Thank you, Allie. Yeah, Di is from way over in Australia. Allie K says, but I've also experimented with SORA, S-O-R-A. I've never heard of them. Di says, hi, Belinda. Beth says, Allie K, yes, I only post on TikTok now. We miss you, Beth. It was so fun to watch that art barn grow. And didn't you, at that time, process a whole bunch of blue jeans? I can't remember what you did with them. I think you had these big tubs of blue jeans that you were working with back then. Am I right about that? I'd have to go back and watch. Beth said, I meant to say 10 years. It's 10 years ago that you built your studio. Oh, wow. So how's your studio doing now? Are you still holding classes there? You doing retreats? I wish I lived closer. I was reading in this, in that County Register magazine about somebody in Syracuse, which is close up by the Best Aldridge, not in Syracuse, but up that way. They have a house that you can rent for a group of 5 people. And I think you rent it, I don't know if you rent it for the entire week, but you can have 5 people, and they said $500. And I think that was for the entire group. It was like an empty house that they were, that they cleaned up, and they're just renting it out for a week. And if they could do that enough, let's just say they filled up every week, they would make what, $2,000 to $2,500 a month just on an empty house? Be enough to pay the taxes. Of course, they said that they had lighting and bedding and kitchen facilities and tables and, anything. And I'm going, well, I don't know if I have 5 people who like to do the things I like to do close by. The only person, well, there are 2 people now. There's a gal in, of course, there's 2 gals in Omaha. There's Diane Fago, and then there's another gal who tats and does wildlife art, but I don't know if she goes to retreats. I just know of her. I don't do much. I don't do much with people around here. I could do more. Where that store that I go up to where I buy my quilting, the quilt fabric and everything, they hold Thursday meetings, open night meetings, but they're at night. And I don't really like driving at night anymore, especially out in the country where it's not well lit. Di says she's fabulous. Thanks, Mary. Well, that's good. Joyce. Is that Joyce? Maureen? Hi, Joyce. She says, I miss the art barn. Yes. In my Hollander beater. Now, tell us, Beth, because I want to refresh. How did you process those jeans in your Hollander beater? Tell us what a Hollander beater is, and tell us why you processed all those jeans in that. I remember watching it, but I don't remember the whole gist of it. I know you were doing some really creative things. That said, super busy. They're super busy. Good for you. We also have an art barn in the same building I work every day. I work as a behavioral interventionist with kids with autism. Oh, how cool is that in the studio? Oh, wow, Beth, that's really interesting. I want to hear about that Hollander beater again. And while you're doing that, I wanted to play with, let me get out my, well, I don't know if I'm going to carve, but there's the little carving tool. I want to, I'll probably get out some wax paper. I want to play with those, I put them up above here. I want to melt some wax on these, on a couple of these. I'll start with the larger ones. Debbie Epps. Now she has a resin. I didn't pull out I bought some of her lace. She calls this, I think, resin lace that she made with these. And I bought some of her lace that she made with these. But she sold all the molds, and I'm not sure where she got the molds. They are silicone. They're not carved. They are silicone molds. I'm going to play with a couple of these deeper ones. This one is pretty. The butterflies are pretty. And you can't see these, but they are florals. And then this one I'm going to hold back because it's kind of thin. This one is thin, but I like the smaller flowers, so I might play with a couple of the flowers. This one's, well, I'm just going to grab and play. This one, is there two of them here? No, this is all one. This one's fairly thick, but it's a double one. So which one am I going to play with first? I bought a bunch of them from her. Now, I don't think I can do wax seals, but I could do little things and put in a wax seal. But I just want to see how these react with wax. And I suppose I should start with a butterfly or one of these flowers. I don't know if you can see the flower. Now the wax, let's start with the butterfly because he's pretty deep. We'll do with a smaller butterfly. The wax, this is just like if I'd carve it. And wherever you carve on your eraser is where that wax is going to sink in. And that's the same way with these molds. If I put wax in there, my only question is, will I be able to pop it out? Will I be able to pop the wax out? I think you would because, you know, it's silicone. But I'm not sure. I think I'll start with a small butterfly. I'm going to get this off my desk before I knock it over. I'll start with a small butterfly and one of these flowers that it's hard to see. There's a smaller flower in here. That would probably fit in a seal. Those wax seals that I did that short on today, those are way more intricate that I can get with a carving tool. But boy, they are cool. I wish that I could make some of those. This one is pretty deep. We might play with that one. These others, there are things off of them that I like. But I'm going to hold off. I'm going to play with these three. And so let me turn around here, and I put all my wax seals away. And I put all my wax tools that I was using away. I've got some paraffin here. I thought I might try some of that paraffin, but it's a block, and I'd have to chip it off. But I was wondering how paraffin would work in there. I don't have very good luck doing paraffin in a seal. It seems to be too juicy. I think they mix it, the people that use it mix it. Let's see. I was using red. I was using my red, but I think I want to save that for... Here's the tool that I was using. I've only got one spoon here. I need to find my other spoons. I went to Walmart the other day, and I was looking at they were selling metal measuring spoons, and they had a whole set of them. They wanted $14 for them, but they reminded me of these. And I think there was probably a set of 5 or 6 of them, which would be about, well, for $14, let's say there were 5 spoons. That's what, 2 something a piece? But I am going to use, I don't want to use my red because I want to save that for Christmas. I guess I'll use the light gold, and I have some dark gold, but maybe the dark gold might be better. And I think this is purple. That might be okay. I thought I had some blue. What's it? I have glue sticks. I don't think I'm going to try glue stick in those. I think wax would pop out easier. And, you know, I have wax seals that I've played with before. And I was thinking that a good thing to do with them would be to make dangles out of them. I'm checking out my stash here. I got the light and dark gold out. Oops. Some more light gold. I have here, I've got that rectangular. Here's the round. No, that's not it. That's the B. I have a round, just a plain flat round here someplace. I'm looking for it. And a rectangular one. There's the rectangular one. That might, I have to figure out where to use it. I'm looking for my round. Of course, you can take something like this and put that in and make a flat. I think Beth Schuler, I learned that from Beth Schuler. It's just using a cap if you don't have a metal round. So I might keep that out to do that. But I was looking for my metal one. I know I have one. I put stuff in other boxes because I can't get any more in this box. It's a key. It's probably be the last one I look at. Here's my little bitty dragonfly. I'm going to keep him out. Well, if he's here, I'm not seeing him. So, I think I got out what I'm going to use, except for my heat gun. Finger guards. And I also have this jewelry stuff. I might be able to fit some of those in the jewelry. We'll try that. I'm just seeing if I I'm missing my round handle. He's probably another box someplace. Someday I'm going to be completely organized, you guys. Completely organized. Alright, we'll stop rummaging through that. And I need my heat gun out, and I probably need to get a couple of paper towels out in case I mess up. And I want to tell you guys who won something from me, or who I've said I'm going to send Happy Mail to. I'm still aware of that. It isn't that I forgot, it's that I just haven't gotten it done yet. So, I haven't sent out those Victorian calendars. I had a giveaway for 3 Victorian calendars. I haven't got them sent yet. And I look at them over there and go, I got to send them. Alright. So this is what I have. I'm going to use this to smush down into some wax. I should probably get some paper out. I have these. Let me open this. I'm going to use this to heat up the bottom of my spoon. As you can see here, it's very messy on the bottom, and I can't hold my... I could clean it off with my heat gun this way, but I don't have another spoon, and I don't want to... I'm going to hold it over my candle, I think. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I'm going to get out a couple... I need matches. I got matches behind me. Let me get out a tea light or two, because I might want that. I usually use the heat gun. Alright, we'll pull... These candles have... No, they're wax. Feels different, though. I got these at Walmart. Hobby Lobby, I think. I got them at... No, I think I got them at Walmart. Put those down below. The other thing I want to do is put some wax paper down to clean off my desk and get some paper to I still have some waxy stuff on my desk. And it's already 8 o'clock, so I got 2 hours to play. I just so good to see you guys again, and I had to sit and chat. Let me grab some wax paper and my water spritzer, because that's what we're going to do. Water spritzer. What I do is I spritz my table with water. Real good. I learned this rolling out pie crust. And then I take my waxy paper here. It's Reynolds Wrap wax paper. Now I'm not going to put my wax seals on it. I'm just putting this down to protect my desktop from getting messy. But the water, most of you have seen me do this, the water prevents the paper from jiggling all around. What's here? A piece of wax. And let's put some water on this. And it will dry out in there. Let me pull it up a little. it will dry out eventually, and the paper will start moving, but this keeps, the water keeps the wax paper from jiggling all around. And I want my heat gun, which is here. Get that ready to go. And I think what I will do is clean my spoon off on the back first. And I think I'll just clean it off on, where's that little piece of paper that I threw it over here. Now that's the paraffin. Well, we can use this. This is release paper. But I'm just going to clean the wax off on this release paper. I'm just going to hit it with the heat gun. Oh, it would help if I plug in the heat gun. I unwound the cord, I didn't plug it in. Now I do have finger guards, but I don't think I need them for this. I have these little finger guard things here. And I've got another one floating around. I've got a separate one. Let me find it. He's in my... There we go. If I need my finger guards, they're right there. Alright. But all I'm going to do now, and I'll probably heat some of that in there, but I want to clean the wax off of my... Now see, I can do it this way, but if I'm melting wax in here, I can't hold this over my heat gun or it'll drip in my... And I just want to clean the wax off. Yeah, I see some of it's coming out. That's okay. I'll chip that off and use it. Don't touch the metal when it's hot like this. You don't want to be touching that. It cools off pretty fast. Let me set this down. See it come out of there pretty good too. I don't know if you guys can see. I'm going to set it down and get a towel. Now my towels are ready. You guys, I am starting to get more organized in here, but it's still a process. I think I have some more to clean off here on the bottom. Wait, what's this? Is that wax? Yeah, I guess it's kind of gunky stuff. Get it away from my other. I'm going to save that. Remelt it. Looky here. See, you got to be careful. These plastic bags were too close. Get them away from your heat. Don't put any wax seals up above too. Keep this area, because that heat A heat will melt plastic. I'm just cleaning my spoon right now because I've only got one. I think I'm going to, my brother has a doctor appointment Tuesday. I think I'm going to stop at Walmart and pick up some of those measuring spoons. Probably be just as cheap if I bought a set of, just as cheap as buying a set of these. I don't know what a set would cost. I haven't checked because I usually get mine free, or I have gotten them free. I haven't bought any recently. When you buy your wax, you usually get a little spoon to go with it. Come on, I see you dripping there. Wait a minute, my hand's starting to shake. Shaky, shaky, shake. I can't get that drip off. That might be as much as I can do. Now I'm going to take a towel and set it down. See if I can't clean that off a little. It's copper, so a red is, it's going to be kind of hard to tell whether I got it all, but I think I'm getting it. And I'm being careful not to touch the metal. I'm just using the towel part. That's pretty clean in there, but I don't think I have it all on the back. I only have one spoon, so I want to clean it before I put in a different color. I'm not going to use my red tonight. I want to save it for Christmas. Alrighty. And we'll just let that dry, and then I'll put it in a little bag, and we'll cut it up and reuse it. I'll put it over here. So what I want to do is, let me get a piece of paper. Wouldn't it be fun to use some of Jacqueline, or even to do it on a magazine page would be fun. But let's reach over here. I think I have some paper from Jacqueline and Miss Debbie. Let's try doing a seal. I think these are Jacqueline's. I'm pretty sure this is from the last, because I've got Angie Yo-Yos in here. Let me open up this package. Hold the phone. I'm getting it. Let's try some of Jacqueline's yumminess. How about this blue? These blue are going to be fun to play with. Of course, she did such a good job on them. These blue dyed cards. We'll try one. I'll save the other one for me. I probably should have gone to Jacqueline's sale Friday and said, well, Friday I was sick. I was not feeling good. I didn't stream at all Friday, morning or evening. Let's see. What else do I have I could use? We'll use that and be happy with that for now. Let me crunch this back up into the What else do I have? Well, I got another package in there. Yeah, I don't put Jacqueline's papers too far away from me. They're too pretty to... well, I've got some of that drip paper because it's an ominous folder. We're just going to play with this one for now. That's probably enough. I want a base. I want a base. And I'll zoom in a little so you guys can see a little better, but I wanted to clean that spoon. Put this back in the envelope. And let me get my water off the desk. And let's see what's under my feet here. I'm kicking the cord. The heat gun. Oh, I wanted the matches. Over here. Yep. Old box of matches. I hope they strike in case I want them. These are staples. Let's get the stapler off of the desk. My brother keeps this now out on his table, and I stole it because I thought it was going to use staples for my book and for all that, you know. All right. This is only one sheet. This is not a envelope, I don't think. Or is it two? No, I think it's only one. I can't tell. Are these two? Is this a... I think this is just one sheet. And what I'm going to do, because it's kind of wrinkly from her dyeing, I'm going to take it and do this cat hand trick. I learned this from this cat hand. Only she does it off the edge of the desk, but I do it off of my ruler. If you just kind of hold your ruler, or she pretend this is the edge of the desk here, she'll take and pull it down off of the edge of the desk and it'll straighten it out. But I just take my ruler and just kind of hold it and pull my paper through. That kind of flattens my paper. Do it a couple of times here because this has been dyed, so it's a little, it has been wet before, but that's pretty good. It's going to get wax on it anyway. Now, what I want to do, I think, I have the dark gold and the light gold. No, well, they're both similar. Where's my light gold? Did I not pull the light gold out? Let me get white or something because I want a contrast. We might try a little candle wax, but I don't think the candle wax will work good in those molds. We'll try. We'll see. I put this on there already. So I want to get a different color. Let's see, gold and well, I got white. I had black. What did I do with my black? Black is in a set. I got red, but I don't know if I'm going to use red. I guess I'm going to order some more wax. So I'm playing with this. All right. So I think I'm going to make a black seal by just, I don't know, could I just puddle it and pour it on there like that? I wish I had more than one spoon now. All right. What I really want to play with first, I want to see if I can't do a floral. I think I'll start with the butterfly because they're kind of, they're thick. And I'm going to see if I can't put wax in there. Maybe I'll use gold. And then I need my palette knife. What you do is you put wax in there and then you scrape it off. You let it dry. I mean, you scrape it even. You don't leave all the wax around in there. You scrape it like that. And then when it's dry, you should be able to pop it out. But I don't know how these are going to pop out. Maybe the floral would be better, because it's more round. And it's hard to see these. Let me zoom in a little. Yeah. Let me zoom in. I wish I had better lighting for you guys. Who popped in? Not me. Not me. Did anybody pop in? Am I missing somebody? Let me refresh my chat. Messy Palette and Karen and Stacy. Oh, Christina. The Scrappin' Stitchery. Scrappin' Stitchery. Welcome in, Christina. It's good to have you join us. Sherry Van. Hi, Sherry. Brenda. Is that Brenda Ashford, 3702? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Did Beth pop in? Beth, which Beth is that? She's saying hello to Beth. Was it Beth Schuler? Allie K. Oh, Beth, our Beth, our Canadian Beth, our Art Barn Beth. Hey, I should have known that. You can see these florals a little better now. I'm looking at this smaller one right here. Might be a good one to experiment with. And they're not as deep as the butterfly. The cut isn't as deep, but I think I can pop it out better. So what I'm thinking here is that I'm going to make this, scrape off, I need my palette knife. Let me get the palette knife ready. It's over here someplace. Get it to where I can grab it when I want it. I don't need these die cuts on the table. I think I'm going to use this light gold on a black puddle. I could use white, but I'm going to use the light gold on a black puddle. So I'm going to put the light gold in here. And I won't need a whole lot. And then I'm going to clean my spoon while this is drying. I'm going to clean my spoon because this will have some gold in it. I'm probably only need, well, these are the bigger ones. I doubt if I would even need two. I'm going to, where are these papers? If I have wax left in there, I'm going to do like what I did with that red and dump it off on here and clean out my spoon for the black. I could leave the gold in there and put black in there and have a black and gold streaky thing, but I might do that. We'll see when I get there. And I guess I'll do it on this side. The die, well, it's actually prettier over here, isn't it? Let me get this one out of the way. Let's take two of these out. We'll get these two out and put this over here. And the black, I'll probably need more black, but I need to get them away from the heat gun. I'm thinking maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 black to make a nice seal. These are smaller, these aren't bigger. So there's 3. I'm going to do I pulled out 6. And if I need more, I don't think I'll need more than 6. Might be a little too many. I'm only going to do 1, but my whole test here, this is test. This is not a tutorial. By any sense of the word, this is a test. I'm testing these silicone molds I got from Debbie Epps. And I think she used them to make, she called resin lace, I believe. And if you could put resin in there and pop it out, you should be able to put wax in there. And I'm going to do this little flower right here first. I think that's the smaller of the bunch. This one's, you can see it, but it's not as defined. I need something that's really defined. This one's pretty defined. This one's really defined here. But this one, both of these, and this one is good. But I'm going to do this one. So, I've got my paper. I've got my silicone, I've got my wax, I've got my spoon. I'm going to heat it. I don't need my paper yet because I'm going to put it in there. I'm going to move my paper. I need my mold and my scraper. And maybe this if I want to clean anything off. And I think this will be enough wax to go in this area right here. So here we go. Do I need this? You guys can see. Maybe pull it up a little. And keep my scraper handy. Now, since I cleaned the bottom of the spoon off, I can put my heat gun under. I'm not going to turn it on. I could put my heat gun under it and heat up the bottom, and that would heat the bottom of these. But I think I will light a candle very carefully. This is the one advantage of using a candle, is that you can hold your spoon over the candle and the flame will heat the bottom and heat the wax from the bottom. This heats from the top. It does eventually heat the bottom, but you risk getting a lump gunk in there, especially if you have several pieces. So let me very carefully light my candle. I'll be very careful, I promise. I do have paint water and drink water over to the side in case I set my desk on fire, but I won't. I've learned my lesson. I do have a little furnace. I have a little electric one that I saw Beth Schuler use, and I went and got one. But it's obviously, whoops, what did I do? Blow it out. It's obviously in another box. I need to get all my wax stuff together. It's not together because this box is too small for everything. Come on, if I can light this match. So these matches are old. I've got another set of matches out in the other room, but I blew my match out and blew the candle. There we go. And I'll just set these over to the side. Now, I'm not going to use the heat gun, I'm just going to melt it this way. It takes longer. But this is traditional way to melt the wax over a candle. And I don't really have the patience for this. If I turn the heat gun on now, my candle will blow out. I very seldom use the candle, but it is melting. It just takes longer. It's melting. and it's melting it from the bottom up, so I'm not worried about the bottom of my little wax seal, my little wax chip in there, or whatever they call them, pellets, wax pellets. I'm not worried about it having chunks in there. When I use the heat gun, because I'm waxing it from above, I'm heating it from above, the little pellets tend to sink down, and even if they sink down here, the heat from the bottom melts them. And I think it's pretty well melted. So I'm going to scoot this off carefully, and here's my floral, and I'm going to pour it in here. And I don't know if hopefully I have enough. I'm going to take my palette knife and, I might need another pellet on there. Now I can reheat this with the heat gun, and maybe that will sink down in. It's already getting hard. I needed some more pellets, so I know 2 isn't enough. But what you want to do, Meri, is scrape, watching what she does, Be Good's lettering. And this might not work on these. I would think if they work on a metal that they would work here, but it doesn't look like it's scraping off very easy. It's peeling up. I'm going to pull this all out and put it back in and reheat it. I think it's going to work once I get... Let me get over here. I'm trying to do 10 things at once. I think once... See, it's coming out of the... And can you see it? Am I holding it in? See, it's going to work once I get it. Once I get it, it's going to work, because I can see the design in there. So I just need more patience and more wax. Let me cut these. They melt easier if they're little chips. And we'll go back and melt these again and put some more in there, because I don't think I had enough wax. So two was not enough for this small flower. That's how you learn. Let me pull this up a little more. So it's right in there, my flower. So I'm going to put 3 more in there, because I've already used. And let's try it again here. And I'm going to do the slow bee method. We're going to go the slow method. We're just playing. We're experimenting. We're not trying to do production work here. Should play my little wax seal song. I would love to be able to carve as intricate as those wax seals on that AI did. The cat was phenomenal. The cat, the Christmas tree. I did some skates and a nativity scene. I did a lot more, but the song only plays for 32 seconds. And so 4 times, the little clips are 8 seconds long. So 4 clips. And I have some silence at the beginning and the end. So my video isn't that long. Now see, I think it's from me pouring. I've got some wax on the underneath of my, and if you noticed, it started smoking there. It was burning the bottom of that. Where's my towel? Let's see if I can just kind of not set my towel on fire. Gotta be careful, Mary. Gotta think about what you're doing. Hold the towel over the flame. Yes, Mary, just set your towel on fire. I didn't. I caught myself. See, it's melting. It's awfully slow. The heat gun is faster, but I don't think the heat gun is as thorough on the bottom as the candle. And I do have a little furnace. The furnace is electric, I think, and it keeps it heats up from the bottom, and you rest your spoon in it. I got something on the, I guess that came off of my napkin. I'm not sure what was on my hand. Here, it's getting melty there. I would look at chat, but I'm afraid to, while I'm doing this, I'm afraid to, while that flame is going, I'm afraid to take my attention away from it. Because I do dumb stuff when there's a candle involved. Although I was thinking about lighting candles, not for the whole stream, but when I start or when I end. Probably when I end would probably be better. I used to do that all the time. Janet Nash does a little candle where she'll light a candle and have a moment of silence. I don't know if I can do the moment of silence, but I could read something, read a verse or something like that. That would be fun over the holidays. I might do that on Thanksgiving. Alrighty, I think I might, it looks a little at the top there. I think it needs a little more melting, but other than that, I think it's pretty well getting there. Let's move my candle off to the side. Should put that in a tray. And right here is my flour. So let's just dump all this wax in it. That should do it. Now that's probably too much wax, but I'll have it in there. Let's spread it around. And I think I could scrape it even. And I can cut the edges here where, let's give it a base. And I can cut the edges off. And I can clean my palette knife too. Let's do this. I want to make this a little bit, get in there, a little bit thicker on the bottom. Because when that dries, I'm going to pull it out. And I think I have a nice flour. Now, putting it on another, that really gets hard fast. I'm going to hit it with the heat gun. That's not coming off. All right. We're going to let that set for a minute or two. And put my candle over there. I'm going to set this aside. And I'm going to clean my I'm going to clean my spoon and my palette knife. Maybe I can get in there and pull some out. Because I'll reuse this. Nothing will go to waste. It looks like I got a little gunk there. Probably came off the bottom. I'm not going to use the bottom because that's what happens when you, on the bottom, when you use the candle, I'm going to see if I can't wipe that off. I might have to heat it up to wipe it off. We'll deal with that in a minute. Let's clean this. I need another paper. I'll pull one of these out. Put under it. Scrap paper in case it drips. Oh, that didn't work. That wasn't big enough. Let me get a piece of paper. I had all sort of scrap paper and I piled it up and I put it in a box. I want to clean the bottom of my spoon. This is slow. This is not anything that you do really fast. Let's see. Push this over here in case I need it. Take my towel. Clean that off. See, it's gunky. It's sooty. The one thing that I don't like about the candle, using the candle. But I'm going to use black anyway. But we'll go ahead and clean it the best I can. This is a copper. So a lot of this is, you're seeing the bottom of the spoon. But there was soot on it from the wax. That's pretty good. Let's see if I can get any more out of here and clean my palette knife off. That might just chip off with my scissors. Maybe even my fingers. Peels right off. I don't know if I can pull this out. Looks like I can. No. Then we melt this down. It's a little, but not much. Alright. This I'm going to cut up again. Don't throw this away. It's expensive stuff. And as long as you're playing, you're not making anything that's going to be sold or anything like that. Don't throw your scrap wax away because I'm just melting what's left in the spoon. I don't think there's enough to pour out. There might be a little. It's trying. Yeah. I'm gonna wipe it out with my towel. Oh, to get me a clean towel now. This is the advantage of having more than one spoon is you can have a spoon for your different colors. I think I'm going to get some of those measuring spoons because they've got big spoons and little spoons and, you know, teaspoon size, half teaspoon. And I have a chip bag in that. I didn't bring it out. I need a little bag for chips. Maybe I'll use this for a chip bag. Take these out of the... I started melting the bag. I've got more of these, so I'm not too worried about them. Of the bags. I'm going to start me a chip bag. Which chips? I don't want to put them back in my... I don't want to put them back in here. If we get one flour, we'll be lucky. All right, before I spill it, let's put the lid on these. And I got my black ones out now. I only pulled out 6 black ones. And I had to use, what, at least 4 or 5. Here, let me put these in the chip bag here. So I think I'm going to need more black, because this is a pretty big flour. And I usually mix my chip colors. I'll separate them out if I use them. Put the red in there too. All right. Let's look at my... Is this going to pop out? I think it probably will. Oh, you guys. Now, you have to trim it, but let me hold this up where you can see it. I'll need to trim it. But look at that. Very cool, huh? Let me do a little trimming. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to melt these on this blue. I'm going to melt them on the blue and try to get a puddle. I'll need more because this, while it's still wet, while my puddle's still wet, I'm going to press this into it. Now, she doesn't do it that way. She has a professional way. I would love to do a class with her. I just haven't worked up the funds to do it yet. I've been buying other stuff. I want to do a class with her someday. Where's my little scissors? Because she is a professional and I'm just a hobbyist. Okay, there's my black ones. I'm going to cut these off as carefully as I can. Now this is really, by the time I get this on black, would be really bigger than... But I'm not intending these to go on letters or anything. This might be fun to put as a dangle, I'm thinking. And I don't need a lot of black. I just need a layer of black. Even a swish of it would be nice, wouldn't it? Especially if I put it on a tag or something like that. We're going to try the butterfly. Maybe we'll make a gold butterfly on a black background. I really like how this came out. I'm going to have to ask Deb where she got her molds. I'm glad I bought them. I bought several of them. All right, this is kind of irregular, but the flowers are regular. And I don't mind that. So let's put this out of the way so I won't melt it. And let's go back into the chip bag. We could actually make the butterfly red and gold, because I've got both colors here. But for right now, we're going to do the black. And I'm going to do the black on here. Now, if I melt this on here, I'm thinking that I'll make a swish instead of a puddle swish, maybe. And I'm just going to melt it. I'm going to take my palette knife. This is my thought. And where's my palette knife? Right here. And as it melts, I'm going to swish it. And I think I'll have to have some more. The only thing about this is that once I hit that heat gun, I can't hold the paper over a candle flame. I might have some disaster if I do that. I'm going to take, what did I do with my painter's tape? Painter's tape has stuff in it. I'm going to take this page down so it won't blow away on me. The white might blow, but the blue, I don't want the blue to blow away from my heat gun. It's a process. And this is pretty because she poked a hole up here. I could do it in such a way that I make a tag out of this or make a journal page out of this and just leave the wax seal on there. I might do that. This might be an experiment page. Maybe I'll put some vintage collage, some lace or something on there. Could make it Christmassy, but I'm going to put a butterfly on there. And please forgive my hands because I think I touched the soot on there. I guess it wiped off. Alright, let me put a piece of tape down on this other corner. I don't want my paper to blow away. Alright, I'm going to put and I'm just going to melt it on my paper and see how that goes. It might blow my chips around though. Do I want to do that? I don't want to clean out my spoon again. We'll try it. I think I'm going to need more black though. Right. Chip bag up here out of the way. Things out of the way. Here's another black chip. Now, this might be enough if I leave it on the paper. I'm going to put 2 more on there. And I'm just going to, I'm going for a swish. And when it's still warm on that swish, I'm going to put this down in it. That might be enough. Now I'm wanting to find out where she got these molds. You can make silicone molds yourself, but these look like they were professionally done. Maybe she did the design and somebody made them for her. I don't know. I have to ask Deb about her silicone mold. We're going to put 2 more on here. And I think that will probably be plenty. I don't know. These might blow around. I might need to get my... All right. If the paper starts to burn, but it shouldn't because you hit the heat gun with paper all the time. We're just going to melt this. Hold on. Did he drop? See, this is where I need 3 hands. Once he gets on there and sticks, he hasn't stuck yet. Come up high so I don't blow him around. Now I can go lower. I'm going to get him into a puddle and then I'm going to swish it. Might have to work kind of fast. this may or may not work, but I'm thinking a swish. And this would work really good for the butterfly. This might be a little big for the flower, but we can play with it. I'm going to swish it down. This would be good for those larger flowers. All right, that'll chip off. That will chip off after it dries. Now, while this is still kind of wet and hot, I'm going to drop this. Shall I drop it up at the top? I'm just going to drop it and press it in there. And that should dry in there. I'm kind of happy with this. It's large. Now, the thing of it is, this is still wet. I need another seal to put in there. Where's my... I need... Of course, by the time I find the one I want is always at the bottom or lost. I want that red one. I'm hunting for it. It'll be dry by the time here. This one. Yeah, it's too dry, I think. I might be able to heat. No, that's got paper on it. I could glue this one on, or what I'll probably do is chip this away, because I think I can chip. We'll see. We'll see if I can chip at this. No, I think it's on there. Oh, we'll put a something. Oh, look, it didn't. I might have to glue it on. I was thinking it was hot enough that it would go down in there. Well, always experiment. I'm going to try some fine art glitter glue. In fact, I'm kind of glad it came off, because I want to put my Do I want to put my Christmas tree on there? I want to recarve my Christmas tree stamp to where the boughs show a little bit better. And I have to make them a little deeper. Well, what am I going to do here now? Since I've got both these out, I've got this little dragonfly. Let's make out of that red chip, let's do a dragonfly. And I'm not going to do them on the paper, because I can't, to my knowledge, I can't chip that off of the paper. It's pretty well. That's what I wanted to, that's brass. That's what I wanted to happen with this. I wanted to pop it off, but that's stuck on the paper. The wax did not melt in there. This needed to be a lot wetter for that to actually melt in there. But I'm going to try to glue it on. And I'm going to try to take separately here. And I'm going to do it on this release paper. Let's put this one out of the way. I'll keep this separate so it won't get lost. Put this one out of the way. I'm going to take that red chip. That's not my scrap. And I think I can get a dragonfly out of that red spot. I'm pretty sure I can. And we're going to put a red dragonfly on him too. And we'll make kind of a collage. Probably do a gold dragonfly too. So I'm going to see this. What will happen here, though, if I hit this with a heat gun, it'll blow. So I'm going to have to put it in. That's why they have the spoon, Mary. Let's cut it up. I think I have enough to do a dragonfly, a thin one even. It's a slow process, but you know what? It's fun. It's fun to play with this. What time is it? It's 8:54. I've got an hour left to play. we'll play with the butterfly. And I might just keep this out Tuesday morning and do some more playing. I want to recarve my tree. I would like to do a door with the tree, with the wreath. I'd like to do a holly. Yeah, when you carve by hand with these carving tools, you need to do real simple things. I might need to put another red seal in there. We could put some gold in there and mix it. Shall we do that? Put a couple of gold chips in there. He doesn't have to. I'm just playing. Let's just put some scrap wax in there. Yeah. Doesn't tear that easy. That should be enough for my little round dragonfly. This will blow. So thin. All right, I'm going after this, not with the candle, but the heat gun. Get my scissors out of the way. I don't need the palette knife. Paper's blowing. Let me get this out of the way. Plastic. Trying to hold the heat gun so you can see. All right, let's see if I can pour this on this paper and put my seal in there. Oh yeah. I have trouble getting a pretty round one. Takes a talent. All right, here's my seal. And we're just gonna place him in there. Of course, my hand jiggles. And we're gonna let him dry. I don't think I have enough in here to save. I'm gonna get a towel and wipe him out. I've got some black, I think, on my palette knife. Where's my palette knife? Yeah, I got some black to chip off here. It pops right off. It pops right off. I'll put it in the chip bag. No. Oh, you guys, you scared me. I read that Di's message, or not Di, Heartstrings. Welcome in, Heartstrings. Welcome in. Your message scared me because I read it from a distance. And instead of Aileen, I read Arlene. Because that's who I read, Arlene. And she said, I just learned that Aileen passed away in 2014. And I just learned that Arlene passed away, and I'm going, no! Arlene had messaged me this past week and said she had a bunch of doctor appointments this week, so she hasn't been around a whole lot. So Tiffany and Holly were saying that Aileen was in a nursing home. I suppose maybe they didn't want people to stop buying the product. Yeah. I think, didn't they live along the shore of Lake Michigan? Either on the Wisconsin or the Michigan side. I don't know which side. But that's how I always associated that with them. Welcome in, Heartstreams. Holly and Tiffany. I thought her name was Wendy. My mistake. Holly and Tiffany were Aileen's daughters. I am Linda. Hi, Linda. Linda, I've been finding things to send you after I've been sorting. Linda Rands. She says, I think Mary's in Nebraska. I am. I am staying with my older brother. And I've been down here from Wisconsin. I'm going on 10 years, I think. It'll be 10 years in June that I came back down here. I loved Wisconsin. I wish I could have stayed up there, but now I understand why. And let's see, what else? We live in a little town called Harvard, which was named after the big Harvard. And it is between Lincoln and Hastings. Hastings is just south of Grand Island, but we live further south of Grand Island. We're not between Grand Island and Lincoln. We're between Hastings and Lincoln. And I lived in this area. I grew up in this area, not in Harvard, but in one of the small towns around here. Two of the small towns I grew up in Nebraska. I went to the University of Nebraska after high school. I also, I did not quite graduate from the university. I went enough for 5 years of education at the university, but I never really took enough courses to complete my bachelor's degree. I had enough hours, but I didn't have all the right courses. And so I went from there, almost directly, I went to a business school. I went for a legal assistant program. I completed it there. I did very well, except for Nebraska was not hiring legal assistants at that time. And then I worked out in the I worked as a legal secretary. I worked as a computer operator. I worked in various jobs. I was still young, and I worked various jobs. Nothing really full time at that time. I worked for different companies that sent me around, and I was still taking courses. Took some programming courses and got interested in, I took the computer operations, got interested in programming. Now this was in the late 70s, and so I got interested in programming. Most of my programming I learned on the job. I worked as a programmer for years and years and years, and worked various full-time jobs as a programmer, and ended up probably around 1995 to 2000, I went into computer consulting. I'm giving you my background. I went into computer consulting and did programming and system analysis, that type of stuff, business stuff, insurance, mostly insurance. And I wound up in Madison, Wisconsin, was my last place before I came down here, and I lived in Madison, Wisconsin for almost 13 years. I enjoyed it up there. If I had a second home, I would choose Wisconsin. I don't know if Madison anymore, but Wisconsin is a beautiful state. I like the people, I like the area, but I like Nebraska now too. And then in 2016, I came back down here, and my brother's significant other had passed away, and it took him about 2 years of living by himself, and he was ready to have his sister come live with him, and he said, I've got all these rooms here, you might as well come. And so I took him up on it, and he's given me a roof above my head, which has been really nice. I have appreciated that the last 10 years. But I do things for him. I help him out with his doctor appointments, and if he, at the time I came down, he had cataract surgery, and he's had some other medical issues that I've helped him with, and just he needs a sister. Those things, being alone is not. He would have to have a nurse from the VA come in, but he's well. There's nothing wrong with him. He just had just like cataract surgery and stuff like that. Nothing real serious, and but he gives me a roof above my head, and I do the dishes and make sure we have clean towels and washcloths, and take care of the kitchen, make sure all the dishes are clean, do the laundry, and stuff like that. Right now I'm concentrating on getting the house cleaned up so we're not living in a storage unit. I keep saying that because I want it to be nice for the holidays. So the next couple days I'm going to be really busy. I have my car all packed up to take boxes and things over to, I rented a storage unit, and I'm going to put things that I don't have room for in this room anymore. And I'm going to take things over to the storage unit. And I'll still have stuff to clean up in here, but I want to clean out the living room and decorate for the holidays. I want to bring the Christmas tree down and have a nice holiday, for him too. For my brother too. He says he doesn't matter to him anymore, but I think he enjoys it, and I enjoy it. So that's my life. I am lucky to have family to stay with, Heartstrings. Yes, I am. I'm very fortunate. And I tell my brother that. I try not to say it too much, but, I do make sure that he knows that I appreciate having a roof above my head. Especially as I got older, it got harder to find. And as much as you want to say there's no age discrimination out there, there is. And they'll hire a young person, even though that young person, and I was young once. I was young, and I wanted to, but they'll hire a young person thinking, oh, they're young, we're not going to have to hire anybody for a couple years, or 10 years, and they look at an old person and say they're going to die tomorrow. Let's see, Heartstring says, I have no idea where Tiffany and Holly lived. I knew they were filming in Nashville at one time. I don't know if Tiffany and Holly lived in there, but I think at one time, not when she was in the nursing home, or if she went to a nursing home, but I think at one time she lived either on the Michigan side or the Wisconsin side of Lake Michigan. And if you've ever driven up the coast of Lake Michigan, I mean, it's beautiful, but it's hard to get to because of all the private property. That was my impression. Allie Kay could probably tell you more about that than me. Angie Brown is back. Hi, Angie. Yeah, Heartstring says, you are absolutely right. There is age discrimination, and in housing too. No one can afford $1,000 a month for an apartment off of $20,000 per year. That is so true. Heartstrings, what can I call you? What is your real name? Can I call you by your real name, or do you prefer Heartstrings? Yeah, I was watching, and I saw it on YouTube, but it was a Dallas TV station did a segment on a 50-plus housing unit down in North Dallas, and they were showing how the apartment manager, the elevators, it was like a 3-story apartment building, but the elevators didn't work. and they didn't fix them. And here these elderly people, they showed one lady where she had cancer and she was arranging to go visit her family, her brother, I think. She said, I might never get to see him because I can't get out, you know? And well, I kind of question that, because people could help her down those steps if she really needed to. But that's no excuse for not fixing the elevators in an apartment building. If I were those people, I would get together and say, we're not paying the rent until you fix the elevators. And I would withhold the rent, because I think if you read, I'm not positive, but if most leases, apartment leases, state that the apartment managers, who's ever renting it out, is responsible for the upkeep of the building, especially if the elevators aren't working. Carol, which Carol came in? Carol, hi Carol McDonald, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. All right, I think this is probably dry enough that I can take it off of the, see it, this is release paper that came on double-sided tape. It comes right off. And let's pull the, and I'll show you the dragonfly. It came out real nice. I actually had too much wax on there. I didn't think I had enough. I'm still learning how the appropriate amount of wax to use. But here's my, get him up here where you can see him. He's probably has a little red in there. There we go. There's the dragonfly. Now, I swished that black on there, and I was hoping while that was still black that my flower and my would, I didn't have this one ready to go, but I'm going to try some art glitter glue. I don't know if it, and look, this is warped. This has warped. I could probably remelt this. I don't know. At this point, I'm thinking I want to cut it. But let's see what, let's take it off of the white. Wouldn't it be nice to punch this? I don't know if a punch would. It's not cracking. It's pretty flexible. But it's warped. I don't think I'm going to try to remelt it. I think I'm going to try some art glitter glue and see if that will hold my seals on there. Just for fun. This is play. And then we're going to try the butterfly. Now the thing is, if I want to do the butterfly down here, I'm going to have to make sure that my heat doesn't float over there. So I'm not going to put these on yet. Because if the heat floats over here, it might get a little hot in there and run. But I don't mind that. I'll put another blob. Actually, it'd be fun to put another blob right there. And then put maybe a paper or something down there. This got a hole in it here, right there. I'm thinking a collage type thing. And this would go in a art journal real nice, because this is not going to pop off. And I could probably, I could not heat this side, but I could put a collage or something on this side and make a little flip or something. This is just play. We're playing with the wax seals. But I'm really happy with how this is not cracking when I bend it. So let's move on. And I think instead of doing this first, I'm going to do the butterfly. And I'm going to need a lot for the butterfly, because I needed a lot for that flower. And this is a lot bigger. I'm going to do the smaller butterfly. Although that big one would look nice on there, wouldn't it? We're going to do the small butterfly. And maybe we should do another dragonfly too, because I'm going to make it, well, if I make it down there, I don't want to heat too close to that. This has got a, this did not melt completely. This has got a gunk in there. But that's okay. I mean, I'm not looking for anything. And it's okay on the back. And I can bend this. I'm really impressed at how I could probably fold it in half, it would crack. But I like how it bends, and I like how it's sticking to the paper. Now this is Crayspire wax. These are official wax seals. I think I got these from Crayspire when I was still buying from them. And so we're going to do the butterfly first so that he can dry while I'm melting my black. So I've already got it. There may be a little bit of red in there, but not enough to matter. And I'll do another dragonfly. I won't do them in red because I just use red scrap. I'll do a great dragonfly in my scrap gold over here. I'll probably have more scrap gold from the butterfly. So I am using, for those of you who just popped in, I'm using Crayspire, the little star ones. They're a little bit thicker than the hexagon ones. All right, let's put my, what time is it? 9:15. I have 45 minutes. I should be able to play with this. And we're going to do, let's do the one on the end, this butterfly. So I will probably need, and I think I hate to get my candle my spoon all sooty again, but I do like how the candle, where's the one I lit? Where did it fly off to? That's washi tape. Where's the candle? It disappeared, is. Holding it over the candle, the bottom of your spoon gets black. But I had wax on there too. I probably still have a little more wax on there. And I don't like that, but I do like how it melts the wax on the bottom. Versus if I heat it this way, it melts the wax top down instead of bottom up. And I tend to get clumps at the bottom. Whereas I hold it over the candle, those clumps don't happen because it's heating here and not up here. So we're going to heat my wax first. So, and I am going to put a good amount in here because I just think we're going to need it for that butterfly. Probably need more than this. I might drop a couple more in when these melt. The wax seals are cool. I think I'd probably written in the past that wax seals remind me of old-fashioned court documents with embossed official raised seals. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, that's how they used to seal their messages and everything. Thank you, Vale. She says, real pretty dragonfly. Angie dropped back in. Messy Palette is here. Did you answer me, Heartstrings? Let's see. Evening, everyone. Hi, Carol. Hi, Teresa. Teresa, are you Teresa? Oh, no, Teresa. Teresa, are you our Teresa Church 205? Which Teresa are you? You got Teresa C, so I think you're Teresa Church. Welcome in, Teresa. Carol McDonald. Let's see. Hi, Angie. Hey, Carol. Hi, Di. Heartstrings. I read that one. I'm going to put Meri on the TV. I laugh. Meri's on TV. My hands are on TV. I do have long fingers. I don't mind my hands being. I do have two little crooked fingers, but I don't mind my hands being on TV. I wouldn't want my face on there. my phone is my TV, even though tiny. Yeah, mine too. Mine too, heartstrings. My phone is my TV. I do everything on my phone. Yep, I agree. It's a TV. Glenda says, I'm still here. You're still with us, Brenda. See, what else did I miss? Carol came in. We talked about age discrimination. You're lucky to have family to stay. I am very fortunate. I'm very blessed. I think I've covered most of the chat. If I missed anybody or anything, I apologize. Let's get busy and melt these or I'll be here all night. I really do need to leave at 10. I've got a big day of packing stuff into the storage unit tomorrow. I think we're going to have one more warmer day. It may not be as warm as it was today, but is this match going to light? These are old matches. You know, and they don't have the white on them anymore. They're hard to strike. I'll throw them away. I'll burn them first before I throw them away. I don't like to put unlit matches in the trash. Oh, I'm not getting them. There we go. Now let's just hold this and I don't like to put unlit matches in the trash. I like to get them cool and run a little water over them. Otherwise, we might have a trash fire. And we don't. Ouch! That was the ashes from the match. That was hot. All right, this is the slow part. This is where I should be reading chat. But I don't like to take my attention away from what I'm doing here because I get very distracted. And when we get this melted, we're going to put it on this butterfly right here. Yeah, well, I have it close enough you can see it. That's a butterfly that I pointed to. And you'll see it when I pull it off. These are pretty, but I don't know if I want to make one that big. And we're going to see, what do you think the fine art glitter glue will glue wax to wax? I don't know. We'll experiment. I could experiment with a couple of chips while this is drying. See if the fine art glitter glue will glue wax to wax. I should be able just to heat it, but it popped right off. I'll have to find out what, you see, I'm getting soot on it again. I get it too deep into that flame. But it wipes off pretty easy. My spoon cleans pretty easy. I probably still have a little wax on the bottom of it. Is it starting to melt? Yeah, it's starting. I might drop a couple more pellets in there as it melts down because that's quite an area for it to cover and I want a good coverage. Heartstring says you can say HS or H. Okay, I like that. HS or H. I hate calling you H. That sounds like you're saying a cuss word. I like HS. I could say Huss. I could call you Strings. Hey, Strings. We'll call you, well, H is okay. HS. Cheryl Blessed Hill Farm. She's still doing cards. Did I miss saying hello to you, Cheryl Blessed? Cheryl W. Cheryl, oh, Reckless. I'm reading from a distance, so I'm not seeing the entire word. I'll call you Cheryl. Cheryl W. Hill Farm? Reckless Hill Farm? She's making cards. Christmas cards? That's what I should be doing. You know, it'd be fun. That paper, how that wax, get some red paper and do some wax on red. Ooh, that might be fun to try for even for the Christmas cards. If I can get the seal to glue down to the base. That would be fun. I don't know if I would send them as a postcard. But I'll have to think about what I'm doing here. I'll have to think about that. If you put a wax in an envelope, you need to put enough padding around it that it won't flatten out in the letter. Oh, look, I'm dripping it in my candle. It'll melt. Hold on. I think I have enough. Let me get my mess pushed out of the way. I don't know if that's completely melted. Now, where's my palette knife? Right here. I guess I got a little red in there. I don't mind that. We're going to put it over this butterfly. I guess that was enough. More than what I thought. And I'll probably have to cut it. Let's press it in a little. And it'll chip off the end of my knife. I'm just going to kind of flatten it out a little. That was more than I needed. All right, well, you learn your lessons. Let's see if I can take some more of that off. I don't want to take too much off. We'll make the dragonfly out of this. I think that's good, and we'll cut off what's... Now, at this point, it's kind of rough in there. I can hit this with my heat gun. I'm glad I put that paper down, although it's stuck to the wax paper. That was hot. Kind of smooth that out a little with my heat gun. All right, we're going to leave that alone, and I'm going to set it aside and let it, well, no, I see I want to touch it with my finger. I see a spot in there. There. Now let me smooth that out a little. I'm learning. I'm not saying this is an expert way to do this. I'm going to put this aside, and I'm going to make the dragonfly. And I don't know if this is cool enough to chip off. Still pretty warm. When it gets cool, it pulls right off. There we go. Let's cut it into some little chips. The chips melt easier than the bigger pieces. We're going to do a dragonfly and a butterfly. tore a hole in there. And this goes in the chip bag, wherever that is. Okay. And I'm going to pour it on here. I won't need to use my heat gun for that, but I'll need to use the heat gun to... And I think the wax is melted down to my... Don't think my paper's going to slide away anytime soon. So since this is already melted, I'm just remelting. So I didn't need all this wax for the butterfly. I filled it. Then I think I put in another one while I was... This out now. And where's my dragonfly? Oh, let's do another heat thing here. I think that's pretty good. I just want to make sure it's soupy. I'm going to pour it out here in the... See if I can't get a round circle. Nope. Put my little dragonfly in there. These brass seals are heavy, and they push that wax out as it sinks down. All right, while that's going, I'm going to have to leave it where I had it, but let's see if we can pop this butterfly out. He's still pretty warm, but he's popping out nice. Oh, he's beautiful. I'm calling him a butterfly. Let's see. He went back. He went the opposite direction of the seal, or I wasn't seeing him. Here, let me hold him up. Oh, I'm going to take some of my scrap wax and put it in a thinner mold before we go tonight, because these are coming out so nice. I think the thinner molds that have the thinner lines might come out real nice. Now, on parts here where it got thin in there, you can tell, I can feel it. It's real thin in some of these parts on here on the back. So the next time I make another one, I have to be sure I kind of messed with that area in there with my palette knife. But I think he'll still work on my... Let me hold him up so you can see him better. He came out really nice. Right in here, though, right there. I'm not sure what's going on right there. Maybe it's just the shape of how the light's hitting the wax. But see, here's the antenna up here. His body comes this way and his wings are over in here. I'm going to trim this off. It's a flourish butterfly. These other butterflies I think will be really nice. So let me trim this. This is going to be an interesting one to trim. Probably would be better to do it with a knife than the scissors. Maybe if I come at it this way. Because it's very intricate and I'm cutting wax. And I got shaky hands. And that wax is thicker. I can feel the thickness of it with my scissors. Got to get a portion of it out so I have room for my scissors to cut. I need to balance my hand. A knife might work better than my scissors doing this. But we'll do this for now, tonight, so I don't feel like digging it out. It's not like paper, it's a little more stiff, a little harder to get my scissors in there. So intricate. And my lighting's not good. And see what's going on this side. If I have something to balance my hand on, it doesn't shake as much. It kind of scares me, all the shaking. I think of Parkinson. I'm getting old. I sure don't hope that's not a precursor of that, but I think it's just shaky hands. Whatever. Whatever will be, will be. All right, I don't like this area. I'm going to have to get it up to my face so I can see where I'm going here. This area in here really needs a knife to get in there too much. I'm going to leave it. Maybe this can be a little more trimmed in here. No. I don't like this. I can see where I'm going. I think it's right, but it looks like it's broken, but it's not broken, it just ends there. Let me see if I can trim that out. I gotta figure it out. Hold on, I'm off screen. I know I am, but I'm trying to get it up to my nose. It might be a little broken there. Not enough wax in there. What I did. He's not. I gotta trim that off. Yeah, I goofed him up there, but he's okay. Let me hold him up. He's okay for a first trial. There he is. And I kind of goofed this area right in here up a little. But he still looks like a little bit like a flourished butterfly. Let me show you the mold. Up close. Where did I? It's over here. This is the mold here. See the two? And this, I think it's this one, which kind of is weird because it's not quite the same shape as the other one. This, I need a better pointer. This line comes up this way, and I don't think my wax got in this area like it should have. And this one is really defined up in there. It's a fancy butterfly. I think this will make a beautiful butterfly here. We'll try that maybe Tuesday morning. Let's take the dragonfly off. We'll work with this one. He's okay for what he is. And let's take the dragonfly. See, this wax seal is so heavy. It pushes all the wax. It sinks down because it's so heavy. I might needed to let that wax congeal just a bit. It might have not sunk down so fast. This is a heavy brass seal. Let me hold it up so you can see my dragonfly. He did okay though. The little dragonfly in there. But what I don't like about these big thick is they cast a shadow and you can't really see the, and I still have to find my pens. I got some pens that are supposed to work on wax. All right, let's do this. We still have some experimenting to do. Where's my paper? I put it up above. I'm real happy knowing that this doesn't crack. I mean, it would probably crack if I folded it in half. But just as a, you know, turning the page, it doesn't seem to pull off of the page. I'm real happy at how it attached this to the page. What I'm not happy with, even when this was hot wax, it did not meld in with my flower, and my flower popped right off. So I'm going to do another black swoosh here. I guess I'll do it up here, and if this melts a little, so be it. And I'm going to put the flower and the dragonfly on this side, and the butterfly and the dragonfly on this side. And then we'll collage around it, but not tonight. And the other experiment will be, will the fine art glitter glue hold the wax? I don't know. Let's see. I want to look up. I want to do a little, what time is it? 9:43. I might go a little bit over 10, but I want to finish this. But I want to look up and, now I got YouTube on there. I want to look up and just ask, what, or is there a glue? I don't know if there's any type of glue that glues wax to wax. I think they'll recommend heating the wax. Is there a glue that sticks wax to wax? I think they'll recommend using wax. Go. Search instead for, is there a glue that sticks EAX-Yo wax? Yes, a few options exist to stick wax to wax, including melting the wax pieces together using a specialized wax adhesive or employing a strong, clear hot glue. They're recommending hot glue, hot glue. Melting wax is simple, a chemical-free method, while adhesive products like tacky wax or hot glue provide convenience for various projects. Methods of sticking wax to wax. Maybe we'll do that. I don't know if I have time to play with it tonight. This video demonstrates how to stick wax to wax using a glue gun. All right, I'm going to save this off. I'm not going to try to stick them on down tonight, because that will be a whole process and I know I'll go over time. What I'm going to do is save these off. I probably just leave them here on my desk because I won't get in here tomorrow. I'm going to melt some more black wax here. And then on Tuesday morning when I come back, I will try to maybe melt some wax to wax and attach it and play with that. I have other things I want to do. I want to work in my, you know, this is the thing. When you do these things, you think you're going to do 10 things at once. I mean, in one night. No, we played with wax tonight, but that's okay. I learned not to fill my glue so deep, my spoon so deep that it ran over, and I ran over into my candle here. It melted wax to wax. I could probably melt a little of this, put a little wax there and a little on the back. And the only thing I fear about putting more stuff on there is it popping up, because I'm thinking about putting this in a art journal. I don't know. We'll see. We'll play with it first. It might just be an experiment piece. It might just be an experiment piece. Let me get this off of the edge of the candle here. All right, so I'm going to leave all my chips and my... I would like to, before we go tonight, maybe I'll do that first. I would like to melt some wax. Maybe we'll use the Black and Sea on these thinner pieces, since this is real thin, but I like it. See how it's all crisscrossed in there, and there's floral up in there? I don't want to do a big piece. Maybe we'll just do this little design right in. Got wax on the underneath here. This little... Can you see it in there? Yeah, I think you can. Hold on. I'm catching up with me. Do this little area right in here. And I could do it in black. Well, have to clean my... We'll just put black in here and heat it with the heat gun. We'll have black and gold. Sooty. I don't know. We're gonna play with that and see what happens. Let's get my... Where's my paper? Well, this towel would even work. It'll blow. Alright, I want to put some black in there. It'll be black and gold. Probably be a mess. It'll look like this. Like my scissors. Marbled. I don't know for that area. These are smaller chips. I've got some in there. I'm going to put one more in there. I'm going to heat it with my heat gun. That's probably more than I need. I want to see the purpose of doing this. The purpose of doing this is these lines are really thin. And I want to see, now there's a big gap in here at the bottom. It looks like a vase, almost, with flowers popping out of it. I'm just going to do this part with the two flowers in the bottom of the vase. And I'm sure I have enough there. So let's turn my heat gun on. And I'll probably have to clean my spoon Tuesday morning because I'm too tired to do it tonight. Hold on. Gotta get this heat gun a good handle on it. Juju was in here earlier. I didn't catch whether she's going to stream. But if she streams, she'll stream at 10 o'clock. And that's in about 9 minutes. If you want to go watch her, that will not offend me. I don't know if I'll be done. The only thing I'm going to do is I want to test these thin lines. And I want to melt some black on that paper. And then I'm going to call it a night. But that might take me a little after 10. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. And even if I don't get that this entire area, I'll still be able to test it. Because especially in here where these thin lines are, I'm going to hit this some more with the heat gun. Pour it in here and spread her out. I don't know if I had enough in there. And I'll hit this with the heat gun again. I don't think I had enough. Almost had enough. That's already hard. And I don't mind doing this because I know this is silicone and it can take the heat. I don't think I got enough in there to pour out. It's trying. It's trying. All right, it's a little rough in there. Just hit it with this to see if I can smooth it out a little. And I'm going to let this dry while I do my black swish on paper, and then we're going to check it, and then I'm going to call it a night. I don't think I have enough wax on there. I'd like to do the whole area, but it'll take more of the effort than this. So I'm going to set this up and let it cool. And we're going to do a swish in here. And I think I really loaded this, because these pellets are not as big. The little hexy pellets. The others are star pellets. These are Crayspire waxes. I wish I could, I don't know if they started selling them again, but they quit selling them at one point a couple years ago. And I was so disappointed because I really like them. And I'm sure there are other waxes out there. Just have to find another company. I just kind of quit doing it, and I guess that's loaded. I don't think I did too much more. And I'm not gonna do the, am I gonna do the candle? Let's do the candle. It won't take that long. And probably take longer to, it'll probably take longer to light the match than to melt the wax. Get these out of the way so I don't remelt those. These are diamond matches. You would think that they would strike better. I don't see where it went. Usually diamond matches are the good ones, but they don't have the little white top on them. Get lucky. I don't see where the blow the unlit match out. All right, let's just hold this over here and melt it. And I'll probably drop some wax in my candle, but this is why I don't hold it over the heat gun, is if wax is that going to go out? If wax drips down in there, it's just a candle. And my heat gun, if I heat it from the bottom, heat the bottom with the heat gun, the wax would drip down into the heat gun and it'd be disaster. It's going to take a minute. Let's try another candle. I think I'll have to kind of clean that one off. I'll get them both messy. How is that? Did you see what I did over here? You didn't see that, did you? I laid that lit match down on my wax paper. I blew my candle out. I had to match it. I have to light the match again. Good thing you can't see what I did over here. Good thing you guys weren't watching. I burned a hole in my wax paper. I set that lit match down on my wax paper. Now, what kind of a stupid person does that? I must be getting tired. Maybe I should quit. Let's see if I can get this lit again. These are not good matches. the thing of it is, people don't use matches anymore. They use those electric lighters. Those gas, you know, cigarette lighters things. Fire starter lighters. Can't find a good match that'll light. I'm getting frustrated. Might be time to quit because I can't get these lit. So I am going to set this aside because I can't light the match. I'll have to get some more matches. I'll do this Tuesday morning. Let's check my... And I'm going to see if I can't clean this up a little with my... Clean all that gunk out of there. I think it's got to my wick there. Don't know if that will be... But even then, I can remelt that. All right. I'm going to... I'm very frustrated with these. I don't want to throw them in the wastebasket. I got a little tin out in the by the TV that I put those things in. These I can throw away. All right, let's check the butterfly. We can do that. See how, not the butterfly, the thin piece here. And I'll probably work with this on Tuesday morning. It's a little cool yet, but I think I can pop it out. I mean, it's a little hot yet. Right in the center. That's where I need to watch. My center, don't get enough wax in the center of these things. Now it's black. Let me hold it up. I make it out myself here. I think I see it. But yeah, it kind of, that was at the bottom of the, was that at the bottom? That was in there. No, that was part of the flower. What? I have to figure out how this went. It went like this. So it went like that. I'm not real happy with it, but it's black. I see these lines really well. I can't make out the flowers very well. Let me hold it up. I think if I play with it in another color, I'll be able to see it better. So you can see the lines. And the flowers are often here, but see, I didn't have enough wax up in there. I didn't have enough. I think that's a flower in there, and see, it got holes in it there. Holes? Yeah, holes. So I'll chip this, and we'll melt it and use it on my paper on Tuesday morning. And I'll get some better matches. Got better ones out in the... So, I'm getting ready to... call it a night. It's 10:03. I want to set up for a thumbnail. So we're going to use this. Not that. We'll put this in the chip bag. Yeah, my paper is... Hold on. I want to come out and say good night. If Juju's on, you're more than welcome to, if you want to go watch her, go watch her. I won't hold that against you. I want to put some tape on this. just kind of hold it down there. And I'm going to do my flower and my butterfly. Where's my other dragonfly? Here. I'm going to put him up with that. He shows up better. And I'll do a close-up of this. That's just a hole there. I'll cut that off on my... You have to know that's a butterfly. You could also call that a flourish. He looks pretty good though. I'm in my... Got a dirty spot there. Maybe I could cover him up. There. Put it more like that maybe. Alrighty. That's going to be my thumbnail. Now let me come out and refresh my chat and say goodnight. Top messages. I need to get some rest anyway. All messages. Those matches frustrated me, and then I burnt a hole in my wax paper. I'm sure glad that glass was underneath of here. Otherwise, it would have burnt paper down below, and I would have had a fire on my desk. I put the burnt match right on the wax paper. What were you thinking? Good night, Heartstrings. Thanks for joining us. There's Goldie. She says, good night from the balcony. Good night, Goldie. I'm going to call you Goldie. You're Goldie to me. Teresa, good night. Glad to have you join us tonight, Teresa. Brenda says, Mary, thank you for a great visit. Beautiful wax melts. I'm still learning, Brenda. I am still learning. But that's how you learn, is you just keep trying. Right? Right. Let's see. Heartstrings says, would Allen tape work for wax? I don't know. It might. Allen tape? I'll have to research it. They're recommending hot glue or melted wax. You know, melting a little wax on top and on the bottom of your piece and them together. But I think I like hot glue, but I don't know. We could try both and see. They don't really recommend like fine art glitter glue or a PVA glue, it doesn't sound like, or even glossy accents with that. You know, glossy accents is it dries into a glossy bezel thing, you know. Glossy accent might work. We could try glossy accent too. We'll try that on Tuesday morning. We'll try hot glue. I don't have any Allen tape. I have double-sided tape. Let's see. Teresa, I said goodnight to Teresa. Christina, thank you for dropping in. Sounds like work for James Bond. Vale says, I'm having a very light dinner myself. I got carried away arting. Heartstring says, Mary, did you watch the story of the little match girl when you were a child? The little match, she said goodnight, but the little match girl was one of my favorite Christmas stories. I just loved the little match girl. She was my favorite Christmas story. I liked her better than Scrooge. I loved when her grandma come and she was a shooting star with her grandma. Happy ending, sad story. The little match girl. I would do that too. Run water over on the matches. Yes. You really want to make sure those matches are out, especially if you throw them in with paper in a wastebasket. I have a little tin, a little candle tin, a little tin, not a plastic, but a little tin that I keep my burnt matches in, out in the, where I burn my candles, out in the living room on the TV set. Let's see. Age discrimination is very bad for senior citizens. Really bad in a rental community. Yeah. You can, okay. I think I'm caught up with chat. I'm back to where Belinda said she was still here. She's making cards. So I want to thank you all for joining me tonight. Is Juju on? Let me check to see if just journaling is Possum Patty. The Sleepy Teacher, Cat and Paste, Crazy Lamp Lady, and Rosie's Magic Wings. That recipe, setup complete, and Google is cool, says that the weather's going to cool off in the next few days. All right, I don't see Juju on yet, but she might be, and I just don't have the notification. It is 10 after 10, so it's time for me to say good night. Thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. You mean the world to me. Have a great week. I will see you Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. Bye. Oh, and don't forget, Becky, Aunt Beck's Creations, if you're still here, Aunt Beck is doing a giveaway Tuesday, noon Eastern, and she's giving away a handmade advent calendar. It's USA residents only, just because the postage is so bad. Bye, everybody. Have a great week.